Okay, are we ready to go?
We're ready to go in Salem if you're ready to go in your part of the world.
Yes, I am ready. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining the Board of Forestry virtual retreat for October 6, 2021. I'm Jim Kelly, Board Chair. This will be a two-day informal planning retreat for the Board of Forestry members and agency leadership. Please note, no formal decisions will be made, even with a quorum present and public meeting parameters met. No public comment or testimony will be available for this retreat, but our discussions will be live streamed for public viewing. To ensure our viewers online can follow along with today's discussions, I'll go over some general housekeeping tips for our retreat participants to consider. With all of us engaging virtually, please silence cell phones and limit background noises. Use the gallery view so we can see everyone's faces during our conversations. Raise your hand, use the raise hand feature in Zoom, or just speak up as we work through each of the agenda topics. Connect with everyone through the chat feature in Zoom if you need a break, run into any technical issue, or would like to reach out to the facilitator. For the record, and to help those listening online, we ask all board members and agency staff to state their name before speaking if they are not identified by the discussion lead or facilitator. I've asked Oregon Consensus to facilitate the next 2 days of the retreat for the board to give us the space to have full engagement on these important topics. So thank you, Robin Harkless, for taking on this work. With that, I'll take a pause and ask if there are any questions before we begin. If no questions at this point, then I will start with board introductions. If each of you could state your name. Chandra?
Hi, Chandra Ferrari, board member.
Brenda?
Brenda McComb, board member.
Joe?
Good morning, Joe Justice, board member.
Carla?
Carla Chambers, board member.
Great. Is Ben with us?
Ben Doimling, board member.
Hey, you rushed back, Ben. Thank you. All right. Okay. At this point, Nancy, if you could introduce the staff that is with us, please go right ahead.
Good morning, Nancy Hersher, acting state forester, and I think we'll go to Doug Graff.
Good morning, Doug Graff, Chief of Fire Protection for the department.
And Ryan Gordon.
Good morning, Ryan Gordon, Interim Partnership and Planning Program Director.
Kyle Abraham.
Good morning, Kyle Abraham, Acting Deputy State Forester. Good to see everybody today.
And Sabrina Perez.
Good morning. My name is Sabrina Perez. I'm the Senior Strategy Manager for the Administrative Branch.
And Bill Herbert. Bill, we're just introducing ourselves. I know you just barely got on there, and I know Liz is still trying to get in as well, Liz Dent. So Josh also. We have a little bit, the technology here in Salem is a little slower today. Bill, we're just introducing ourselves.
Good morning. Yes, Bill Herbert, Deputy Director for Administration, and apologize for that, having technology issues myself. So. Thanks, Nancy.
And how about Josh Bernard?
Good morning, everyone. Josh Bernard, currently serving as the Interim Division Chief for Private Forests.
Okay, I think we'll go with that. We will probably pick up perhaps one or two more as technology comes alive. So with that, Jim, turn it back to you.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, everyone. So I'll start with a few opening comments, and we are truly at a new beginning, if there ever was one. It is an unprecedented time of change. Let me list all the ways. Number one, obviously, we're in the middle of a transition to a new state forester. We have 3 finalists who were interviewed this week using questions from ODF employees. On October 20th, there will be a public interview process. I encourage all interested parties to submit questions for that interview. You can also offer written comments. You will find links on the board meeting page on ODF's website. We expect to complete the selection process and announce that selection on October 29th. Fingers crossed. Number 2, we are still getting grounded as a board with 3 still pretty new members, with myself still learning the ropes of the board chair position and the likelihood of a new and final board position being filled quite soon. Another big area of change, of course, is COVID. Where are we and where are we going? What mandates do we face? What about reopening? When can we again do tours and meet in other parts of the state? Number 4 on my list of big areas of change, we have legal challenges regarding endangered species we are dealing with, whose pending resolutions will possibly create significant changes for the department and for forestry in Oregon potentially. Number 5, the possible private forest accord and MOU. We are likely to know within a few weeks, and will likely, whether it's successful, and will and if it is, it will hugely change what we do over the next few years. And if it is successful, it should also signal a new beginning and fundamental change in how Oregon approaches and solves these difficult issues. Number 6, we, of course, are about to embark on an ambitious and important process, updating the forestry program for Oregon. Number 7 on my list here is what's going to happen with federal dollars? What is going to come our way? What will it fund? Will it be incentive programs? What will we be looking at there? And exactly how will the department be involved? And then finally, the most obvious change has pretty much turned our world upside down. That's climate change and fire, as we all know. And the CCCP process has clearly stirred a pot and demonstrates what the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead will look like. All that said, we enter into this retreat process facing an unprecedented level of uncertainty. We will deal with it as best we can, but it is frustrating that so much is unsettled right now. And I just want to acknowledge that. Whatever awaits us, it will be our job to deal with it, and that is our future. I also want to acknowledge the fact that we can't meet together in person and do what humans would normally do to get to know each other better and build our strength as a team. I find this truly frustrating, and boy, this will date me, but to quote Pete Seeger, we shall overcome someday. And meanwhile, we'll just continue on Zoom and use our masks. All that said, I do think there's plenty of reason to be optimistic. I am optimistic about the MOU and what it represents. Also, as a society, we seem to have moved past the is climate change real conversation, and it makes me optimistic that industry and conservationists and the public at large can and will work together more cooperatively as we face this existential crisis. So I'm about to shut up, but finally I want to remind all board members that this is the time to talk about your personal values as it relates to our work. To help the ODF team, each of us needs to openly share why we are here and the things that we hold most dear. And just lastly, I want to pose the question for our discussion this morning. What is the board's role in assisting the new state forester? How can we help with the onboarding process? So with that, Nancy, you've got some introductory comments?
Sure, thank you. And we are still working to get some of the staff on with the technology here. So couldn't agree more with you, Jim, about there being a new beginning. We're 4 months in to the current biennium, the 21-23, which is about 15% of kind of this earmark period of time to meet a lot of goals and achieve a lot of accomplishments. And I want to let you all know that we have made progress on many fronts so far. So it's also a time of celebration, even amongst the uncertainty and risk. I want to also say that though you've talked about having newer board members and you being newer as a board chair, I think that the department is positioned very well right now because of the leadership that the board has already demonstrated in this perhaps short period of time. The leadership has been demonstrated by your vision to date and the engagement and the support that you've given all of us here at the Department of Forestry. In terms of accomplishments already, it's not a small thing that your recruitment process is on schedule as you followed your plan. We've had a really challenging fire season, and how I typically gauge success with fire seasons is what I hear externally about how we did. And I think some of you know, I was able to spend some time in Lakeview recently with the team at ODF there, other interagency partners, landowners, and community leaders. And hands down, that community is highly appreciative of the Department of Forestry's local employees and the incident management teams that visited there. They were greatly appreciative of what and how the fire response looked, as well as how the relationships were maintained while people were there. Made progress on the MGL work in the Senate Bill 762, much of which is been done through leadership by your engagement, individual board members with the rulemaking advisory committees, and the list goes on. All of this still at yet a time of transition that you've described, but also it's a continued significant transition here within the executive team. We currently have right now 5 acting or interim members of the executive team, each of which has stood up and risen to the occasion. And the relationship building has to continue because of that, because of the changes. And some of those changes will continue to happen until each position, lands into a permanent place. But there's truly a sense of partnership that I feel that I have experienced, but also I hear that from the team members here at the department. The priorities have been clear. I think that's been helpful. Some of these priorities were handed to us. They are important and challenging and have the potential to stress relationships at times. At times, providing grace to each other during this continued transition will help us maintain strong relationships that I see today. Right now, it continues to be a period of opportunity to shape the vision forward. And I think as you've described, Jim, with the work around the forestry program for Oregon and a lot of the conversation tomorrow, looking at the board's work plan and looking at strategic initiatives to be able to begin to look out a little further. Anything that we can do to create and solidify plans will better position the department to be more proactive and be more strategic and get out of a little bit of the crisis mode. Where there remains uncertainty and risk, that there are a variety of reasons for that, and they're pretty obvious. But what's also obvious is that we have a dedicated group of professionals across the department with new people filling in new positions that will deliver. They will deliver whatever the mission is, whatever the goals are, and they will deliver the work that needs to get done on the ground. That I am super confident in. The strength of the partnership between the board and the department and leadership by both will be instrumental in the success forward. I encourage us all to have a little fun over the next 2 days. That's one of our working guidelines at the department. And for me in this virtual world, it is a challenge looking at square boxes all day. So I hope with this environment that we can have a little laughter over the next 2 days too. Thank you.
Robin, I think you're going to take it away here.
All right. Thank you, Nancy and Jim, for those opening comments, and good to see everybody today. I want to just, before I kind of turn it over to the board members to have some conversation, I just want to sort of remind us of what the intent and purpose for this retreat are. So it's definitively not conducting your business. It's really an opportunity for you to connect with each other, in this context, talk about sort of leadership effectiveness and how to strengthen and fortify good working relationships, all in support of sound public policy decision making. We'll also spend some time teeing up for the work ahead of you. So a big piece of that is looking at the lens, the framework of your policy making through the forestry program for Oregon. And we'll spend some time doing that today. So today's sort of about relationships and a little bit higher level view, dare I say aspirational in tone. And tomorrow we'll be really dropping down to look sort of more practically and pragmatically at the work ahead. So you'll hear a lot more from the department executive team tomorrow, talking about current and future strategic initiatives, the 2-year work plans that you'll be reviewing and approving again in a few months' time. And we'll try to knit that all together and set you on a course for success over the next few years at least. So just to kind of bring us into this space, and what would a retreat be without a little discomfort through an icebreaker? This is actually the part that's supposed to be fun. So what I'd like to do, just, given what both Nancy and Jim have so eloquently described, and we've all felt so viscerally over the last 18 months of all the seas of change and all the uncertainty, no shortage of question marks that have sort of brought us all into this space. And also, if you're like me, you've had some forced introspection and sort of thinking about what your priorities really are. So to start, I'd like to ask you a personal question, and we'll go around, each board member offer in a phrase or a sentence or two. As you have sort of been in this time of uncertainty, let's say the last 18 months, what have you found to be something that is essential to you? That can be a person, an object, a place, an activity, a mantra, whatever comes to mind for you. What is essential for you personally through this time of uncertainty? And I will start with Carla. Lucky you.
Okay, can you hear me okay? And are you asking this as it relates to forestry, or does it necessarily have to relate to forestry?
I would keep it personal. We'll move into that space in a moment, but an opportunity for us all to get to know you, Carla, a little bit better.
Well, being in production agriculture, I think we see firsthand the change and impacts of, record-setting heat we've had this summer, and just all the challenges that we are facing in very, very real time. I don't know if you watched the news this morning, but headline is, real price increases on food and another rounds of shortages. And, we're on the front line of seeing that. And I think is something that's personal for me is, how are we doing at meeting our basic needs, food, fiber, whether that's timber and housing or agriculture and food. It's just, meeting basic needs seems to be more challenged today than maybe, any time that I would remember. And we have unprecedented challenges, and that's personal when you're on the front line of it.
Thank you. Why don't you pop it over to someone else? You can call on another board member.
Okay, Chandra, you're next. How's that?
This one I think is pretty challenging for me to answer. There's been a couple things that have been essential over the last 18 months. And we're just talking straight personal, I think there's been a lot of uncertainty and fear out there throughout the 18 months, right? So yeah, my home place and having a spot where I have my family and they're all under my direct watchful eye, right? And I decide if they're going out that day or not and what protections we're taking or whatever it is, right? We've had a lot of mixed messaging out there. I think it's been confusing for populations about what is appropriate to be doing it at what times. And at the end of the day, it just turns to you and your own judgment and decision making, right? And so I think one of the things that we kind of lost, maybe we didn't really have it, but is, the trust in institutions to tell you truthful information, objective information that's going to guide you in some of these decisions. And you kind of just expect that your best interests, right? And the things that you're hearing from decision makers out there, they have your best interests at heart. And I think there's a lot of folks that don't necessarily believe that right now. And I think at the end of the day, it was a lot of family judgment of what you were comfortable doing. And so my home was a safe spot where I had complete control in that environment, right, as to what was going on. And I will say also that music has been a lifesaver in terms of being able to shut everything else out, right? And just appreciate being in my own space a little bit as well. Even in a chaotic environment, you can put on headphones and be somewhere else for a little bit. And so that none of that really relates to forestry, but as far as just making it through the last 18 months, those have been critical.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can kick it to Brenda.
Thanks, Chandra. Well, Robin, you certainly know how to make an introvert uncomfortable. So I guess what's essential for me is being able to be outside, which is where I prefer to be over being inside. But being outside in a place where I can go for long walks, either by myself or with my partner, and just think, and get away from kind of the craziness that's going on and some of the stress associated with all of the things that we've already talked about. Pandemic and what do we do to keep safe and what do we not do to keep safe or be unsafe. But I think what I value most in those long walks is being able to ponder and not think about the past so much, but think about where are we headed in the future, given all the uncertainties that we're facing right now. What's this area that I might be walking in, wherever it might be? What's it going to look like in 50 years? I won't be here. I don't know. But I do worry about it relative to what my kids might experience or what others who are much younger than me might experience. And what can we do about it? What's our responsibility? And I guess that's where I spend most of my time thinking, what's my responsibility to try to make this place that we live livable in the future. Okay, my turn. I'll turn it over to Ben. He's a very thoughtful guy.
Oh, thanks for the setup, Brenda. I'll try to be thoughtful here. It's been a challenging 18 months, that's for sure. 19 or whatever it is since COVID kind of changed the world. I think there's sort of two parts for me. One, going back to what Chandra said, I would definitely echo that it's been chaos with two little kids in the house. But at the same time, that has been the biggest gift ever, to have really sort of focused, without lots of distractions, time for family. And my immediate family and my slightly extended family, that's essential. And to have all the noise of the meetings and the rest of the world that is starting to sort of creep back into our lives, have that gone for most of a year was beautiful. It took a while to get used to, but and I think coupled with that is the huge feeling of gratitude, or being fortunate to have a roof over our heads and have a house with a yard, with a very large yard, where we can roam and spend our time. And in this time, just realizing how special that is, and how fortunate I am with my family to have space and have security. And that, I think, dovetails with the second part, which is we live in the middle of the forest, and that being able to have room to roam and move around and go for walks and in the forest is such a godsend and so important to me. And so I feel so fortunate to have that. And I think that's both personal and professional. I work in the forest and I live in the forest, and that's been a real joy for me. So yeah. And with that, I'm gonna turn it over to Joe.
All right. Well, it kind of occurred to me, I missed my last call with Robin, and I thought, did I miss the questions? Am I getting on this call and I don't know what the questions are? But I think this is pretty easy for me. What's key for me is to remain thankful. I mean, it's just to really remain thankful, and really to think about the things and how lucky I am to have the things that are in my life. I mean, that's really where I kind of personally, for myself, have to remind myself in difficult times to be very thankful. And I think what that does for me personally is it helps me keep perspective. Perspective is also thinking about this will all end eventually. We will all be back together eventually. And that kind of perspective is important. And also what that kind of bleeds into is understanding different people's points of view. I think we live in a time where we have just very, people are very impassioned, very passionate about different thoughts and feelings. And I mean, I don't know, I see that in my family. I mean, just in my extended family, how you have just very different ways of thinking about their values. And I was never so aware of it. And, with this pandemic, this really has come out just even in my extended family, how the different values that are within my family kind of surprised me in some respects, but just understanding that perspective and understanding where they're coming from. And I think that's just really important to me to get through that we all have a reason, we all have a history, we all have, how we've gotten here and stuff, but truly being thankful, that's just something I always have to remind myself, just to truly be thankful for what I have. And I guess it's just left to the guy in Grant County, Jim.
Okay, thank you, Joe. And Robin, when you start this off saying this is supposed to be fun, and then you accompany that with a nervous little laugh, it makes us all really, really kind of overly nervous. But I think my answer is going to be a little different. Introduction. My thing, I think, through good times and bad, is my tractor, and the tractor is pretty essential in my life, living where we do. And wife, her ex-business partner years ago when we bought the ranch, he said, Jim, in a man's life, the three most important things in a man's life: his wife, his children, and then his tractor. And having had the tractor for the last 22 years, it's amazing. This is a tractor, of course, with a load, the tremendous amount that I can do that I would normally need to have someone else there to help with. And I can lift heavy things, load and unload things. I can do tremendous amounts of work compared to what I could without that tractor. And I can use it for scaffolding. I can just many ways. And I guess what it really does represent, of course, in a certain way is what you can get done with the help of others. And so in that way, all of you, staff and fellow board members, you're my tractor.
And I'd love to hear from Nancy as well.
Yeah, the fun button just turned off. I'm kidding. For me, it's pretty easy. The first one is what's essential to me is trees. And while I live in Salem, there are many places that I can find my trees. And certainly during the COVID time, that's been even further important to me. I also have a kind of a little saying that I, over the years, picked up and used, but it came back to me kind of during the last couple of years, and particularly, I would say, even in the last 4 or 5 months. And the phrase starts with ease. And so just about in any moment of time that I might be struggling, I can kind of run that phrase. So, with ease, I'm going to have fun today. So that's primarily it. I think the other thing that kind of turned out during the last couple of years for me, and actually 3, is my partner and I had planned for having a van, and we ended up purchasing that and had it built out. And quite honestly, during COVID, it gave us a lot of freedom. We actually did not feel like we were stuck at home. We had everything we needed in there, and we were able to go to different places in Oregon and see beautiful places, but we still had our little nest. So I guess, the van for a while was kind of my home. Those things have been very essential to me. So thanks.
Beautiful. Thank you all. Those all just, I think, resonate for me, and I can imagine they resonate for a lot of us. So I appreciate you sharing. So let's pivot to a second round, question about essential. But this time, let's set it in the context of your work here in the public sphere. And Jim, I think you actually set this one up well when you asked kind of a bigger question that you'd like the board to kind of think through at this retreat, which is how can the board assist the new state forester in being successful? And my question to all of you is around leadership qualities. What do you consider an essential leadership quality, either for yourself in this work? I imagine you're leaders in all matter of spaces, but let's kind of center it to the work here as a board member. And or, what do you hope for in your new state forester leadership? So this time, I think we'll start with Ben, and then you can popcorn it to the next person.
Oh, I'll get started, and I may have to circle back to as I have more thoughts. But I see sort of 2 primary themes to this work, and I think they were echoed as well, and I think what everybody said in the last rounds. And it's about people, and it's about ecosystems. And I think the department really has two tracks that we're trying to keep, or 2 balls we're trying to keep in the air. And working with a new state forester and bringing them up to speed, I guess. I see the department as a group of a large group of employees, of staff who are all doing incredible work. And there has been a lot of upheaval in the department, and supporting the department, keeping this group cohesive and with a North Star of where we're going, I think is really important work. And I think Nancy has done an incredible job of that in her tenure since I've been here. And I think the new state forester is going to need to keep track of that. And that's sort of the one ball, and the other ball is ecosystems, and sort of as our ecosystems are changing, how do we relate to them? And I think it relates to them comes before how we even manage them. I think we need to understand them, understand how they work, and as they change, that relation and understanding changes. And how do we look at the forest ecosystems around us and understand them in the context of the future is critical. And those are not easy. There aren't easy answers. There aren't textbooks that tell us what the forest is going to do in 20 or 30 years. And so there's a lot of work and guesswork involved with that. So there's top level thoughts. And I'm going to pass it on to Chandra.
Ben, I think this one is also a hard question, but I think when I think of leadership qualities, one item that comes to mind for me is accountability, and that being necessary in a leader. And I think that can mean a lot of different things, but at the end of the day, I think it encompasses someone who is able to communicate, right, what they're trying to do, who's able to articulate how that's going to get done, and at the end of the day is going to be able to demonstrate that either it has gotten done or provide the rationale for what factors have changed. And so it's a lot about understanding what you're trying to accomplish and communicating your values, and thinking about the language that you're using so that you're reaching as many audiences as possible, right? And that there's a meeting of the minds. And I think those are all really challenging things to do, particularly with forestry. And as Ben said, there's a lot of different perspectives and values that we're trying to think about in all of the decision making. But there is a need, I think, for the new leader and also for this board and pretty much everyone involved in forestry to have a level of accountability. And I think that's what others that are closely watching what we're doing are expecting as well, including the legislature. So, and if I could sum it up in one word, that would be the word I would think about for a leader. And I will kick it to Jim.
Oh, okay. I thought I'd always get to go last each time. I mean, we've gone through this process as we listed what we wanted to see in a new state forester with all the attributes, and there's a lot of really important attributes. Communicator, et cetera, et cetera. But this, for me, just one word just immediately came to me, and that word is intensity. I want to see a leader, a person who's just a born leader, and born leaders are intense. Just, there's no two ways about it. They are intense, and I think we need a person like that. That doesn't mean they need to be awful. That doesn't mean they need to be mistreat people. But strong leaders may not be the most mellow people on earth. This is so it's just really saying, want to have somebody who's a natural leader and is just going to work really hard. This is the state forester job is one of the hardest, very hardest jobs in Oregon, and so we've got to have that kind of personality, in my view, anyhow. I'll kick it to Joe.
All right, thanks, Jim. No, we went through all the different things we were looking for as state forester, and I what everybody said. I completely agree. I think the next leader is taking on a great organization, extremely strong organization, a great board. I think they will have, I just can't say that enough, how much I respect this organization, Department of Forestry, and the people in it. And I think having a great leader leading that will be really critical to continue the great organization. I agree with Jim too, somebody that is, very, passionate and inspires the organization. And I think that has vision and creativity. I mean, creativity in such a changing, dynamic, challenges that we face. I think that will be incredibly important. And also somebody who's very, very positive and optimistic and sees the opportunities that Oregon has. And I think because we have so many, so that's what is important to me. Brenda, I guess you haven't gone yet.
Thanks, Joe. Nope, I haven't gone yet. So it's hard to follow all of those great thoughts. I guess the one characteristic that I hope to see in the next state forester as a leader is being an authentic leader. That is someone who can be the leader, recognizing that that person has the same expresses the same outward visibility to others as they would, as a leader, as they would in their personal lives. That they're authentic in terms of who they are as an individual, regardless of the role that they're playing. So that you know that what you see is what you get. I think too often I've seen leaders in a variety of different settings who put on this persona in their professional role, which is different from that in their personal lives. And you never quite know who you're talking with or getting in that respect. So I think an authentic leader is important. What can we do as a board to support the new state forester? I think we need to listen and try to understand where the new state forester is wanting to take the agency, and then help support that person in those efforts, and provide guidance where we see that there might be pitfalls in the future. And then I think the other thing that we can do is in a very kind and tactful way, remind the new state forester to be as open and transparent with everyone as possible. And I say that because Nancy's done such a great job with that. Those are going to be some big shoes to fill following Nancy. But I think that goes just a long ways toward building trust with the board and with the agency, with the legislature, and with other stakeholders. So just a few thoughts. Oh, let's see, Carla.
Okay, thank you, Brenda. Well, I really like the conversation around leadership and finding, what type of leader is really going to be best for this organization. And, to add to that, just the excellent communication skills that Nancy has brought us and just how valuable that has been. I think in terms of our support, for me, it's always, how do we be sure that new leadership and this board brings the biggest picture possible that really allows us to make sure that the policies that we're working on really fall within the reality of what's happening in the industry and in the whole context of what's going on, in timber around the world and here. I think we're all committed to a different conversation. I know the new members, when we came on, were very committed to helping to end the timber wars and really, really help with solutions and find a different conversation for Oregon. And I feel like that's just such an important role for all of us as leaders. And, just understanding that big picture. There's a lot of global trends going on right now that are very real, that will bring different land ownership patterns and different business models and structures. And I think it's just so important that we really keep on top of that big picture as we think about the policies that we're working on, and that will be part of our role. I think that's all of us.
I think you're right. So you can return to some of these conversations throughout the retreat, and we'll have an opportunity to kind of check in on all this tomorrow again. But let's shift gears just a little bit and take a little bit of an introspective look at the board. And if you recall, we did our retreat with this new formation of the board last April. So we're May, June, July, August, September, October, 6 months on. And one of the things that you talked about at that retreat was around group effectiveness and what it is to be an effective body as such that you are as this board. And I had shared with you something that's that we take from sort of the field of mediation. I think it applies very well to collaborative governance and sort of the more public-facing space of decision-making. And unfortunately, I can't pull up I can't do a screen share because I'm looking at a different. It doesn't really matter, but technical difficulties will not allow me to pull this up. But it is in your packet of materials. So you've got it there for reference. It's a pretty simple three concentric circles that suggest, and this is, I'll give credit to the Christopher Moore, who wrote the book, The Mediation Process, who sort of described this construct. But like I said, I do think this applies quite well to collaborative governance. Essentially, it suggests that there are 3 legs of a stool. You know that analogy, that if there are 3 needs that are tended to, that there's relevant and complete substantive exchange that lead to good substantive outcomes. 2, that there are clear and understood and accepted process and procedures. So there's no confusion there. There's clarity of process and procedure. And that the relational and psychological elements of the individuals within the group is tended to. This together leads to effective working groups. And if we sort of deconstruct that a little bit, I might suggest that in your space, the most complicated tends to be the substantive area. You have, no shortage of sort of, well, actually, I think in this space, you also have the relational dynamics, as you've discussed in some of your comments today about leadership and about essential, that you have many presumably competing interests or different interests that you're all trying to work with to make good public policy decisions. So having clear process and procedures and tending to your own sort of relational needs as a board, and making sure that you have the time and the right substantive exchange leading to outcomes, those 3 together can really make for effective working groups. So then you discussed as a board, what were some self-described effectiveness measures that you would put for yourselves? And I've got that list here, it's on the agenda. But essentially you said no surprises, that there's an openness and willingness to discuss bias, working on interpersonal relationships to build trust, of course, having one-on-ones, having face-to-face, going on field tours, all of those were named as examples for supporting that. And of course, that's one of the limitations that you're all experiencing, we're all experiencing right now. Honesty around how well we are meeting our mission, vision, and values, and having a real honest and candid conversation about that. seeking clarity on priorities. I think that's something that has emerged in this discussion around effective leadership as well. Being results oriented, drawing on multiple sources of information, and having constructive debate and deliberations. So as you sort of scan those self-described effectiveness measures for yourself, how is it going? How do you feel you are able to meet some of these effectiveness measures, or have been over the last 6 months, and as you continue to work together in this space? And we'll just kind of open it up to anyone that wants to jump in here.
I'll jump in, Robin. Thanks for all that. That was teed up really well. I've been really, I mean, this has been challenging, obviously, with COVID, and I wish we were in a room together. And one of these days I'll actually meet in person some of my fellow board members. But I've been really happy with the dynamic of this group, of how respectful we've been with one another, and how we've brought forward our values and our thoughts and stuff. And so I just been very, I mean, like our last board meeting, I thought was very good, very constructive. I've been, I'll even say I've been pretty happy with Jim. He's been doing a great job. No, but I feel like we've been interacting really well, considering the situation that we're in, which is very, very challenging. For myself personally, I do feel like sometimes on a bit of a little bit of an island over here in LeGrand, and I have a hope to get to know each of you better and understand you better. And hopefully at some point that'll happen, but I guess that's my comment.
This is the navel gazing portion of the retreat. So
I'll jump in. This has been, and I'll echo what Joe said to a great extent. It has been challenging to get to know everybody, all of you, more than just superficially. And I have one of the best parts of these in-person meetings that we did have for a little while was those little 10-minute breaks. And Hillary had to constantly, probably, I don't know about anybody else, but at least me, she was constantly having to say, okay, it's time to get back to the table, because I was thoroughly enjoying getting to know all of you. And I very much appreciate the relationship I have developed with each of you. And I feel like it's a good one. I mean, I feel like with any of you, I can, if I had a question or an issue, I feel comfortable raising that conversation. But it's been very limited, and I think that doesn't even need to be said anymore. But we have a lot of capacity to get to know each other better and know what makes each of us tick. And so, from an effectiveness, I feel like we are doing the best we can, and I feel very grateful for this great group of folks around us, and really excited for the Senate to get us one more, so that we can have a full group. But yeah, just in general, I feel pretty good about things.
I'll say a couple of things from the perspective, but not of one of the three of us who have been there for a couple of years, and to answer the question. So is this, how different is this? Is this that much better than it was? And my answer would be, it is way, way better. And I'm just sitting here thinking about, so what was it that wasn't so great previously? And I think there was always a lot of tension, and not just amongst board members, but there was tension with the state forester that there was just always kind of palpable. There were situations that happened where confidentiality was breached. There was just a lot going on that wasn't all as positive as what I see today. So I'm just thrilled to see the changes, and that has to do to a huge degree with Nancy's leadership, and I see a difference, in the same people that we've been dealing with in terms of some of the leaders of the divisions and staff who I think are much more at ease in their relationships with each of us now, and all of that. So that's been a big piece of it as well. So, but it's truly so much better.
I'd just like to follow up on that if I could. Jim, so I was reflecting back 3 years ago, you and Joe and I were the newbies.
Right.
We just came on, right? Trying to figure things. I was trying to figure things out. You and Joe probably already had it figured out, but I was trying to figure things out. And I could not figure it out. I could not. Everything seemed to be a struggle. The tension that you described was real. I come away from meetings just wondering what just happened. and it's 180 degrees now. I feel like we have conversations, we have disagreements, we can disagree and be fine with that. But Jim, I think you just sold yourself short. We've had 2 changes in leadership. One was Nancy, who is doing an outstanding job, and I think I sure hope we find a state forester that can fill those shoes. But Jim, you as chair have changed the tenor of these meetings too, and I just want to recognize that you've been doing an outstanding job, and it's really made a difference. So thank you for that.
I would jump in and add to that. I think that Jim and Nancy have brought a different style and a different tone of leadership that has just allowed for that intellectual honesty, really good discussion. We're not going to agree on, there will be a lot we don't agree on, but as long as we can have a safe intellectual environment where we discuss things to the fullest extent and know we came out with the best possible outcome, that's what we should hope for. And I think as long as we listen, across this industry and to the conservation groups, and we listen hard with good leadership, I think we clearly have a different board today. I think that board has good capacity, and we should expect better outcomes and better policies, and that's what we should hope for.
And I would echo what everyone has said as well. I honestly feel like this is a safe space. As weird as that sounds, right? And as an introvert, it's not always easy also to have dialogue, but I honestly feel like I can say what needs to be said, and people may disagree with me, and I anticipate that at sometimes, but I honestly feel like it'll be a respectful conversation. And I respect everybody on this board and their expertise, and I really appreciate all the conversations I've been able to have to date with those folks, or all of you. And so I'm really looking forward to the continuing conversations. And I will mention also, I think part of our easy entry into this board is not only the change in leadership that we've seen, both with Nancy and Jim, but I think it's also with our support system that we have with Hillary and the rest of the department staff. Like, I'm looking at all the names here, realizing, I've had conversations with every single one of them recently, right? And if I have an issue on any document or process and I want more information, that they're willing to give that in a very short time frame. And Hillary makes sure that we're always prepared. Our orientation was amazingly structured and smooth. And so I recognize that didn't always happen before either. And it's been such a huge, I feel like we got to start essentially ahead of the game because we were so well informed on the process and some of the things that were already going on at the department. And so I think that's really helped our communication just from the get-go. And so So thank you to Hillary also for helping us assimilate so quickly.
Mhm.
I would add to that the other big difference here that I think has gotten us off to a better start is what a great job this staff did once they listened to the three of us bitch about the fact that we had really no onboarding process, and they really listened and they really took that on. And I know they kind of overwhelmed the three of you, but what a totally different picture than what we faced, you know, because I know, Brenda, I look back now to that first year as sort of my dazed and confused stage. And I think also that it, I don't know to the degree that everybody's aware, but Nancy has been working with her team on an onboarding plan for the new state forester. And so I'm so glad that they've, you know, really taken that on as something that they knew was important and are doing that. And we'll continue to have conversations today about what our role in that. And while we're talking about it, I'll throw out just one thing in terms of, I think our role is that the state forester job so easily can be so overwhelming because so many things will be coming at that person. One of our roles, I think, will be to make sure that to help that person continually look and prioritize what's most important.
How have the no surprises been going? I know that was a big one that you talked about in April. Is that part of what I'm hearing in this that no one's actually explicitly said is trust, you know, safe space, honest discourse. I feel like I can say what I need to say without fear of, you know, that the tone that's set is kind of enables you all to bring your whole perspective to these conversations and have some real constructive, what did Carla called it? Honest, healthy disagreements and discourse and kind of intellectual honesty, Carla suggested. So that speaks to me about trust in each other and trust in the work that you're doing and the relationship that you have with the department right now. So more of that, it sounds like. Is there anything that, you know, on this list that, you know, it sounds like that's a big one just based on what you've all said. Anything else? And clarity on priorities, I just want to note that as well, because that seems like something that has emerged as an important aspect you feel in helping your new state forester be effective, that there are going to be just multiple competing priorities and really helping to be clear about that by taking a big picture and then helping to focus the effort. Is there anything else that emerges as relevant for your effectiveness? And I guess I would extend that now to a conversation with Nancy about, you know, what does the state forester need from the board to be effective?
Before others answer that, I would just want to give Robin the history on the no surprises. And that they really had to do with the dynamic of the fact that our public meetings are a public meeting. And there had been a few instances where board members were bringing up issues that they had not brought up in board meetings with staff, potentially, you know, putting people in kind of embarrassing public situations, and either intentionally or unintentionally. I think it was part of those dynamics. And so it was an issue of, if we're going to be really respectful, we're not going to show off in a public forum or try to make other people look bad or anything. That's where the no surprises came from, because of the public forum process.
Hey, Robin, sorry about this. I just have a quick question. The effectiveness traits that we have identified before, is that document in our packet right now? Do others have that? Or were you just reading them off? I was just wondering if I
I had it on this agenda, but I don't know if it showed up in your packet. I'll make sure it gets to
Okay.
you. And
Sorry, if I'm the only one missing it, I apologize. I just thought it might be helpful to
Are
look
you,
at again.
so the Venn diagram, are you referring to that should be on our agenda, but you're referring to
No.
something else?
Yeah, I'm just referring to the traits that we had identified before as being representative of those different circles.
Yeah, I'll throw them in the chat. And
Thank
if folks
you.
want to continue on in your conversation while I do that. So let me just circle back to Nancy. And as you think about the exchange and the effectiveness and some of the perspective that's been shared so far, reversely, what does the state forester need from the board?
Well, I suspect I would be in a place that I would still be learning about that. Because I think that would take a person a good year or more to maybe fully understand what was needed. That said, I feel like I've been provided with everything that I need in the job that I've been striving to do here. And essentially that's been that the relationships have been established, which meant that these board members dedicated a lot of one-on-one time with me, and that continues through today. So basically, them being available, being visible, available to the state forester, being engaged, and that's been extremely helpful, and I think really helpful to the executive team. The level of engagement by individual board members around sometimes they're more passionate topics, but being available to problem solve, actually solving problems for me at times, taking things off of my plate. That's been extremely helpful. I think being decisive, following healthy deliberation. Decisions by the board are what allows and enables the agency to move forward, right? To actually affect change. And so I think myself and others have appreciated the decisions or decisions that you will make in the future, but you have proven that you'll make decisions. And then lastly, I think for the role of the board, fundamentally as well, is the board has to have the state foresters and the agencies back at times, and not just backing, but sometimes literally, be the backstop. And I feel that this board has been there and willing and able to do that. And so I think that the board is operating at a very efficient and effective, highly functioning level. And I don't know of, at least for myself right now, that I could think of anything else that I would need that isn't already there.
Great. There's a more formal self-evaluation tool that you use, whether you know it or not yet. And some of you did do a self-evaluation through that more formal kind of response process. Sabrina, I know we're way ahead of time, but are you at a place where you could, okay, so I'm going to kick it over to Sabrina, who leads that effort. And she's going to share a little bit about that. And we might just talk a little bit about the use of that tool and how this board might want to use it in the future.
Yeah, sure. So the self-evaluation is kind of looking at that wheel, the part of the process function. It's one of the department's key performance measures. And specifically, it's a governance performance measure that was enacted by the Oregon State Legislature in 2006. 15 of those criteria that are evaluated are the standard ones that are asked of all boards and commissions. Back in 2007, when that board adopted this measure, they took extra steps with an ad hoc work group to tailor each one of those criteria into the board's kind of self-recognition to what it means to them. And that included some descriptive text to help assist in a shared understanding of each one of those criteria. That board also added an additional criteria related to public involvement and communications and a few summary questions at the end. So looking at that, we do have in your packet last year's evaluation. It's attachment 1, kind of gives the framework for it. We offer that survey to each board member to complete individually in May. And they take a look back at the prior year's performance. But one of the things we wanted to think about with this conversation was looking forward. This is an opportunity for you all as a new board to take this evaluation and help it mean something to you. So we open the survey criteria in January, and you'll see that coming through, where you can provide feedback to us on any of the tailored descriptions to help better understand what it means to you, as well as an opportunity to make it your own with any other criteria you might want to add into the survey. And then we'll take those compiled results and bring them back to you. And maybe the survey doesn't change, perhaps it does. Completely open to any of that. And that's really kind of setting the stage. And that's really what I had for kind of describing the process, but leaving that open to you is knowing it's a mechanism that is completed each year.
This has been this is being new to this and not having been on here long enough to have done one yet. It's a fantastic tool, and I think in general, data is king. The more we know, the more knowledge we have, the better we can be at doing what we need to be doing. And so, but sort of summing up what I feel like we sort of talked about in the last hour was, and Robin put this, I think, in really good terms of it's trust. And I think we kind of all, it's the sense I've gotten, and I share this, is that we trust each other, and that we as a board have a level of trust which leads to high functioning. And I would want to make sure that we keep that. And this I don't know if this is the right tool to ask that question, but I think looking back on times when the board, it sounds like, was not working as well, wanting to make sure we keep that as our North Star is important. And perhaps there's room in this for a way to try to measure that. It's a little squishy, I know. It's how do we get along, but it seems worth striving for.
Go ahead, Brenda.
Thank you, Jim. Just to follow up on Ben's point, which I think is excellent. It got me thinking, we just spent the last, I don't know, hour or so talking about values, our values as individuals, and collectively, there were some themes that came across the entire board. Having an assessment of how well we're meeting those values of accountability. Chandra mentioned that. Trust, Ben just mentioned that. Other things that came up in our conversation, I think would be helpful. Because if we start to see any individuals feel like trust is waning or accountability is waning, or there's some other value that is being undervalued by others, that's a sign that we need to dig back in and figure things out. So I agree with Ben that data is queen or king in his case, but I think the data need to reflect some of those values that we talked about.
I was going to say, where I see the value in this, one is it just, as you quickly go through this, you were reminded of all these different responsibilities and that we have. So once a year, at minimum on some of these is just to, oh yeah, I need to be reminded and think about, are we doing this and that? So, it's a fairly long list of that. I think there's a value in just reading those questions each time. Once it's done, I think the value in it really is more as an exception report. And that is, the only thing I'm really going to look at is where's their disagreement? Where's their, if everybody is strongly or agreeing on a question, I'll pass right that by, but I'll look at any where there's a disagreement and anywhere where there's a comment. I think that's valuable. And beyond that, that's just where I would want to focus.
Hey, Jim, that actually gets to a question I had about, how we take the information that we get from this and apply it going forward. So if you noticed an area of disagreement, or there's a process recommendation, like sometimes it's the chair should do this, or, not, or whatever it is, where's the appropriate time to digest and then talk about whether or not what we're seeing on this warrants any sort of action or change? Is that at the retreat?
I think that might be right now.
Well, I know. Well, and I feel a little odd because, clearly, as Ben said, we didn't fill any of this out. And so we're just getting to see how other people reflected. But there's some suggestions and whatnot, right, in here. And
is there anything that stands out to you, Chandra, just specific to?
Second here. Some of it, I think, gets to what we were talking about before in terms of accountability in our substance wheel, right? In terms of not our substance wheel, whatever. I'm sorry, our chart. The board chair needs to set agendas, and they need to lead us in a timely manner to real improvements in forest management. To me, that is suggesting that, that substance circle is where we need to talk about how are we indicating that we're making progress, right? And that we're not just wasting time. How are we communicating that? And I think that's probably one of the things we'll talk about later anyway. And then also up here, too much focus on process, not enough on actions. You're just getting a little bit of a sense that folks maybe felt like we were spinning wheels a little bit. I don't know. Lack of trust. So again, some of the principles that we talked about, seems like basic principles of respect. It seems like those we've all committed to, and I think we're heading on the right track. But some of the other things more in the substance category is what strikes me that, a little too much process, maybe not as much communicating as to how we're moving the needle. So that's just what struck me, I guess. And the other thing I was wondering as well, as Brenda and Ben were talking, I think those were really great suggestions about, trying to think about the values that we're articulating for the board and thinking of ways that we can track progress on that. And I just wonder, is there an opportunity at any point for this sort of agenda item to go to public as well, to kind of hear their feedback on our performance? And maybe that's dangerous to do, but do they feel like we're offering enough opportunity for input, or just in terms of process and the values that we've articulated, like, are there suggestions out there in the public space for how we could be better achieving our values or better improving process outcomes or whatever it is? I just can't recall if there was ever a standing agenda item for that, or if we just kind of anticipate if folks have that feedback, we'll hear it throughout the course of the year in the open agenda item.
Sure. I'd like to speak just a little bit to the timeline on the process side of it. After the board completes the evaluation in May individually, that summary that you're looking at here is attachment 1 also goes into the board packet in July. And at that time, certainly, there could be public comment on it that could be generated, always welcomed. And then specifically for October, this is really the time that we've set to kind of have this open space, open dialogue about ways that we can improve our work that we do with you and ensure that you're able to meet those measures and such. But, I'm taking great notes on here, and I'll have to think more about, the outward ask to the public and evaluating that piece. As this particular evaluation is really focused on the board's self-evaluation, but that does not mean that there's not an opportunity there to assess the public sentiment in other ways.
Can I ask just a question about, if you were to update this tool, for example, does it require you to do any sort of public vetting? Or is this truly an internal instrument for the board to reflect? I mean, obviously it becomes part of the public record, the results, but is it something where if you were to open this back up and make some changes, would you be required to go out? And then I guess in addition to that, would there be interest of the board in a more explicit or proactive engagement with the public on this piece? And I'll start with you, Sabrina, on what's the requirement, and then I'll go to Chandra on what's your thought.
Sure. Onto the requirement, it all needs to occur in public forum. Public meeting law would have that carried out through the public forum.
Okay.
The additional step in taking public feedback on the process as it occurs, that would be up to the interest of the board.
Okay.
So just a thought I'd like to add here is, I think we all represent Oregonians, so we should have feedback from the public. And, I think we should all be open to that feedback. My sense here, though, this is a one time of the year evaluation on paper. And I think the real test for a board is, I really liked where, Ben and Brenda were going on kind of a summary of those values. And as we put to test, all these big policies and projects we're working on is keeping that board environment of a high level of accountability and trust and openness, measurable outcomes, intellectual honesty, strong communication, bringing the best thinking to the room. We have a lot of public comments, which I think is terrific. There's probably outside thought leaders that this board wants to hear from. And, leadership and listening, no personal attacks or surprises. Are we keeping that environment at such a high level that if we think about those values and we make sure that board environment really reflects what this board wants to look like and how it wants to engage, then this is just a scorecard one time a year. I think more important than that scorecard one time a year is that we keep that open process and dialogue really healthy, because there's some heavy lifting here ahead of us, and how we interact and communicate will be the most important.
Yeah, Carla, I completely appreciate that and agree with you. And I agree that this is clearly geared toward board evaluation, and I think that's great. I guess I was mainly getting at, we hear from the public a lot on specific agenda items. Mm-hmm. And to the extent you kind of want feedback on that broader look at transparency or accountability, or, the values discussion, and hearing from them on whether they have noticed improvement or they're seeing red flags and they have, suggestions for, what we could do to make sure that all those values are being considered robustly and all that kind of stuff. Maybe it's worth thinking about a particular agenda that you're inviting that kind of feedback, and it might follow us doing our own evaluation also. So I don't know, it, again, half baked here, but just throwing it out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, would say a couple of things regarding the invitation for more feedback. There is some feedback that's come to me after meetings because ODF staff meets with stakeholders on each side after most meetings, I believe. And so I've had Nancy share with me reactions to recent board meetings, not consistently, but that has occurred at least at that level. I guess the other, feedback we would get is that if the governor did not want one of us to be reappointed, or that would certainly be feedback. But I don't know. I fear I look at our agendas throughout the year and see so many things that we have to have in these meeting agendas every year, that many of them required by statute. A lot of them are very important, and a lot of them seemingly unimportant. I worry about adding more process around our performance from the public, because frankly, it's just going to be the really involved stakeholders bitching on each other's side, and I don't know that will be particularly useful. But that's I'm willing to bend to the thoughts of the rest of you. But that's my initial reaction.
Listen, Jim, I mean, a lot of stakeholders, they're frustrated by the slow nature of this process, and by design it is, right? I mean, and a lot of people don't understand that. I mean, the way we work and the decisions we make by intention is very slow. It's very, I mean, it takes time. I mean, this board only meets, sometimes once a month, and so, and I think that would be a lot of the frustration of the public, is just the nature of the process, but I think what's important, and we talked about this, as long as we're working towards solutions and we're working towards that end, I think that's, as I see it, but it is slow. And I think that would be maybe a lot of the input you might get from stakeholders, is a frustration of that. So
it seems to me that the feedback you're likely to get from stakeholders will reflect the degree to which they see their needs being met. And I'm not sure that that's particularly helpful for us. I think if there is a mechanism that would allow them to evaluate how the board is functioning rather than how their needs are being met, then I think that might be useful. But I'm not quite sure what mechanism that might be. The other group that I think we need to understand well, and I think that Nancy and Jim probably do that, are the legislators. And maybe it's not a formal evaluation or a tool like Sabrina has here, but I do think we need to understand how the legislators are viewing our performance and how well we're working together toward those solutions that Joe just mentioned.
I think that makes sense, Brenda. And the other thing I just mentioned, and I think it's Robin mentioned this on a call that we had, I think part of my discomfort with a board evaluation sometimes is just on some of those value pieces and things that we're trying to accomplish. I don't necessarily feel like I always are we as accessible as we could be, right, as a board, and to members of the public. I don't necessarily know what the other ideas or mechanisms out there are to ensure that, or to rate. And Robin said, maybe it is bringing in other people that have thought about that, like thought about process and thought about accessibility. And that's just one of the values, right? But that you have agenda time every so often for outside expertise on some of this, to make sure that our processes are as up to date as possible, or as inclusive as possible, or whatever it is, right? We get suggestions there, and then you're better able to rate yourself by saying, we proactively did this and it seems consistent with best practices, from people who have actually spent a lot of time thinking about that. So maybe that's a way to go about it. And I don't know, Robin, if I characterize that correctly from what we had talked about before, but
Yeah, I think there's, I think what you're describing is just an alternative way for you all to ensure that you are doing best practices around public engagement and involvement that don't necessarily go directly to those who have specific interests in the substantive outcomes of your work. And so maybe leaning on, process or public engagement experts to help you update, standardize, whatever you want to call it, your own system of engagement. That might be another route for you to do some of that exploration that doesn't necessarily require a big, massive public outreach effort on how well are we engaging you. So I want to just note a couple things that I've heard in this conversation. One of which is, I guess the way you've talked about it is kind of setting those intention and actually holding yourselves accountable to some of the values. But what I hear in that more generally is that the quality of exchange of the board is such that leads you to effective outcomes, that leads you to kind of transparent tracking. All the things that you've suggested here are important values. And I don't see that sort of quality of exchange as a marker in your self-evaluation. I see you kind of meeting your rules, and there's accountability measures, of course, around where your responsibilities lie and your oversight lies and all of that. But what you're talking about this morning is really about a high quality of exchange, that you have constructive, transparent, thorough deliberations in a way that, in a space that allows the richness of all the different perspectives to come into play, that intellectual honesty, if you want to call it that. But that's something that, I don't see showing up on your self-evaluation, that I'm hearing is very important to you, this particular board, and that you've found that is actually an essential to you being able to meet all of the other markers of success or performance, I guess, as it's described in this. So I want to just put a pin in that for you. We don't need to do anything with it necessarily, but it does seem like if you're using these 6-month intervals in a retreat-like setting to kind of check in on process and check in on how well you're doing relationally, this might be the space in which to kind of continue to check that. And also, if you're trying to set up a paradigm, a shift in really how this board in perpetuity is working together, that it's not just this particular configuration, but if you want to set the tone for future boards, you might consider how you do that. Brenda.
Yeah, thanks, Robin. So I think that's really critical. I think we do need to revisit that piece that you just described, because I may be incorrect here, but I don't think we've had any really tough decisions that we've had to make so far. And we're going to have some tough decisions coming up, and we're not all going to agree on those. And so I think it's going to be really important that we do come back and revisit this after we've had to make some of those tough decisions.
And I'd like to add to that, Brenda. I really agree with that. The intellectual honesty piece, I think is important here. As long as we've had the best, the best information, the best thought leaders on the topic, we've heard all sides, and we know we're making the best decision we can with the information that we have. That's really the best we can hope for. And I think if we all just sit here and agree, we're probably going nowhere. I always felt that with our management teams. If we all sat in the room and we all agreed, we were probably not going to move very far. And sometimes it's out of disagreement that we make progress. So I think having that safe conversation where it's safe to disagree, but we all know that the best information has been brought to the table. That's what I care about. I'm going to make the best decision I possibly can. And I would expect I'm going to disagree with some of you. We all have different backgrounds, and you can see the same facts differently. But But I think, that's why it's important to me to keep that healthy board environment every single board meeting. And I can feel okay with disagreeing as long as we've made our best effort.
I wanted to point out two things. One is one of the other things that wasn't said previously about how things are different from the way they were. And that is that I see all of you really making a strong effort to read the materials, which sometimes is a real tough, and sometimes the timelines are tough, and to prioritize the meetings and the pre-board meetings and all of that. And that, I got to tell you, when you got one or two or members who were consistently not doing that, and then eating up a lot of time in board meetings because they had failed to review the materials, how disheartening that was for the rest of us. So I appreciate all that, and I'm going back and looking at the questions here, and the questions are all about, does the board do this? And I don't think, maybe I'm missing it, but is there any question that says, do the individual board members fulfill their basic responsibilities relative to the materials and so on, like reading? Anyhow, that would be better. Also, Chandra, I was just going to say, with a suggestion that, would there be opportunities where we could bring in people that will kind of help make sure that we're up to date with some of the best practices. Don't wait on the state forester or myself to bring those things forward. That or any other subjects, remember that each of you as board members are encouraged to, if you've got something like that you can suggest for a board meeting, we're all ears.
Thanks for that, Jim.
So just coming back around to the utility of the self-evaluation. So you do have this tool, it is open to updating on an annual basis. If you wanted to, and I'm sensitive to what you've all also acknowledged is a lot on the plate and a pretty heavy lift of work in front of you. So this is not intended to kind of add more work, but it does speak to, the value of, like, I think, Ben, you described as a both and. It's really good to actually have these markers that you can track and come back to. Brenda suggested it'll be important for us to kind of come back around to this conversation once we've gone through a difficult decision-making effort and just check back in. Okay, how did that go? What are the things we want to reaffirm are important for us in doing all the sort of high quality deliberation that we've described in different ways in this conversation? So I guess I want to just get some more feedback, maybe to help Sabrina thinking about, is there an interest in, and you said it opens in January, Sabrina, so would they be filling this out in the spring, or when do they fill it out?
Yes, they fill it out in May.
Okay.
But the evaluations opened in January for individual feedback on what could be different. Okay. I think we'll also work to see what we might be able to add in even from this conversation to give you something to think about.
Okay.
And then we'll bring it back in April, right before starting the evaluation period in May. So the board adopts and accepts the final criteria.
Yeah, Brenda.
I may have missed it, and I apologize if I did, but we talked about stakeholders and legislators and others assessing, and ourselves assessing our own work. Is there an opportunity, Sabrina, for staff, ODF staff, to assess how well the board is functioning?
I think we are certainly open to finding an evaluation method that can help provide that feedback boards.
That might be helpful. Thank you.
I think it would be useful to help close out this topic, to just run through run through the evaluation quickly on that sort of exception basis. Mostly it would be, oh, well, we've moved past that. But if everybody's okay with that, I'd like to just kind of quickly lead us through there. And the first one would be the performance, executive director's performance expectations are current. We had one disagree. That's past history. And I think number 3 is the next one where we had disagreement. Clearly, we have a plan to go ahead with the redoing the forestry program for Oregon. So I don't think there's anything. Jump in and anybody jump in here if I'm going too fast, but I don't think there's anything to discuss there.
And maybe Jim, if you don't mind, as you're going through the specifics, could you just call out what the actual criteria is so those that are listening in can track? So the first one was number 1, which is the executive director's performance expectations are current.
Right.
And you're suggesting that has been addressed.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And then number 3 was the agency's mission and high-level goals are current and applicable.
Right. Board understands this to mean that the board's forestry program for Oregon Forest Practice Act rules are current. And I think we all understand that we're about to take on an update of the forestry program for Oregon, and that things may also be changing with the possible MOU on the Oregon Forest Practices rules. The next one was number 5, where we had some disagreement. The board is appropriately involved in review of agency's key communications. The board understands this to mean agency and board communications at a policy level versus a day-to-day operating level. And we had 2 that disagreed. One person saying that oftentimes communications are sent out without board review, although they may have been discussed in a board meeting. The final language was not reviewed. And the other comment was that the board should be more involved in policy communications with the legislature. That second comment might have been from me. I think our former state forester kind of generally sort of gently pushed board members away from involvement with the legislature. I don't think that's true anymore. And I don't know who made that other comment and to what degree people think that's an issue. So I'll throw that out for a conversation.
I honestly don't remember, but that first comment could have been from me. But I have not seen that situation since Nancy's been acting state forester.
Okay. So the next one was number 6. The board is appropriately involved in policymaking activity. The board understands this to mean those policy activities that particularly have a statewide perspective, including holding board meetings at different geographic locations around the state. 4 disagreed. Clearly, holding board meetings at different geographic locations around the state was generated a lot of that disagreement. But there are some other issues, or at least one other issues that is brought up. And so there was a comment that the board should be an active participant in the discussions between industry and the environmental community regarding modifying policies. Example, the Siskiyou rules, private lands, HCP possibilities, COVID-19 prevented HCP, yeah. So I don't know who made that comment. I don't think there's anything to discuss about what we've had to deal with in terms of COVID and not being able to meet in other parts of the state. And I think we're all in strong agreement that we want to move in that direction when we can. But what about this comment around that we should be a more active participant in the discussions between industry and the environmental? I'm not sure who made that comment again.
Yeah, that was probably me, Jim. Again, I don't remember exactly, but it is a bit frustrating to have some things agreed upon between outside bodies brought to us for a vote, really without any input from us. And I understand that that's probably a result of lack of trust that we're going to come to an agreed upon decision that other groups would come to. But it does strike me as that the board is at a position of not at the table, being a lack of voice being a weakness in the decision-making process. So just maybe a statement of frustration more than anything.
Okay. Other thoughts on that? Well, in that case, I'll move down to item number 9 here. The board periodically reviews key financial information and audit finding. Board understands this to mean significant financial issues and as audits are released. Comments, we had only one person really disagreeing, even though we had such a rough period in the last couple of years on finance. So comments was that we don't review it often enough. While the board does review financial information, past history indicates the communications review process not adequate to prevent major problems. Another comment was this received greater attention during 2020 than previously, but oversight still could be improved. Does anybody want to have any comments on our financial oversight at this point?
I just think we're headed in a much stronger place and better place. I think that's going to sort itself out.
Yeah, and I agree. I think when we did this, we were moving in that direction. And so that question, I don't know, really, it's hard to, what really take away from that information is hard to, because we've moved the dial so significantly since then.
Okay.
I would just second that real quick, that we're really good. I feel well taken care of with financial information right now.
All right, I'll third or fourth it too, whatever. Okay, I'm going to try to move quickly through here. The number 11, the agency adheres to accounting rules and other relevant financial controls. We had one that disagreed. The comment was that MGO report documents major deficiencies that need to be corrected. I don't believe there's anything here since that process is ongoing, and for us to have a conversation about. And then moving on, the next one that we had some disagreement about was number 14. The board members identify and attend appropriate training session. The board understands this to mean the workshop, symposium, and field tours that accompany some board meetings, and that the board receives adequate technical information. And somebody said this has been true generally, however, the COVID year condition inhibited availability of and participate in training sessions. Obviously, that's true. Short of COVID, does anybody think that there's any issues relative to number 14? Hearing none, I think we're done. Thank you for your patience to run through that, but felt it was necessary.
Thanks,
Jim.
Jim. Go ahead, Brenda.
Yeah, just wanted to ask Sabrina, was this helpful? Is there more that we could do to help you moving forward?
This has been really helpful. I got a lot of great feedback, and I think when looking at some of that feedback, and perhaps a way to start might be, in one of those summary questions at the end. That's kind of where my mind is going, with perhaps a way to get some of that more open feedback that has been really valuable in the past too, and taking it beyond the specific criteria and the measurement, but really allowing kind of the more open dialogue, in a paper form, but still the recognition and comments to how is the board doing, what factors are affecting the results, what can be done to improve. I think as I've been listening to several of the comments, I'm thinking that might be maybe a starting place to see how that might work to capture your thoughts on the effectiveness and the quality of the conversations that have been occurring. I think that might be a route to go. So it's been very valuable though.
One other thought that struck me, Brenda said something. When we face tough decisions, can create environments that relationships can be strained. I mean, it's just the nature of it, right? And I wonder if almost like an evaluation after we faced a tough decision. I don't know. I'm just talking out loud here, but there you can. The nature of that, we get into situations where relationships can begin to be strained because we're in a tough place. And did people feel heard? Did people feel, at the end of all of that, to make sure that we can, repair that strained relationship if it need to be? I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure I'm being real, trying to help you how this goes into an evaluation, but I've faced that before. When we have tough decisions can strain relationships, and and understanding at the end of all of it, how did we do through that process? Did everybody feel heard and understood and so on? I don't know. It's my off.
I think that's an excellent point, Joe. And I'm not sure that maybe that's Jim, maybe that's all of us checking in with each other following these difficult decisions. But I think you're absolutely right on. And the sooner that we address it after a tough decision, the better.
Yeah, offer. Go ahead, Jim.
Oh, I was just going to say those are really good thoughts, and because I think we all do sort of, we knew the way the schedule was with the new board members, it didn't look like we were going to face anything real tough right away, but we all know that that those are in our future, and to be thinking about those relationships and making sure we survive those in a healthy way. Appreciate the comments.
I just wanted to fall back on what you just said, Joe. I had taken some notes during the discussion here around, really what is more this formal self-evaluation and the criteria there versus almost in a sense, what I feel like I'm hearing from the board is more of the self-evaluation really focused around those 3 pillars, and process being one of those in terms of group effectiveness. So there's a link to this in my mind related to the Board of Forestry work plans, which we're going to spend a lot of time tomorrow talking about. But this notion of review or self-evaluation, I'm encouraged by the conversation. And I think Joe's point in particular is something that we, in terms of the department, and primarily driven by the culture of incident management, is that we routinely do after action reviews. And so even following the board meetings, we've already have a scheduled meeting that is an after action review. And so as you talk about your decisions, I would personally really encourage that. I think that would be extremely healthy as the board completes and makes a decision. You essentially wrap up a major strategic initiative. You make a decision and you seem to already take space, on your agendas right now. I think the notion of more frequent, reviews and self-evaluation of, are we following our plan? And if not, what do we need to do better at, right? Or, that check-in in terms of the relationship piece that you've described. I think that would be also very, it would be super transparent and visible to the public. Anyway, I hope we can tie this all together, through the rest of the day and tomorrow when we get into the work plans. Because fundamentally, in my observations over the years, when the board historically has a very challenging decision to make, what typically happens is that board work plans timelines get pushed out because there's so much pressure to make a decision that typically board members at some point decide they need more information. And when more information is necessary, it begins to push those timelines out and puts more pressure even on the board and the department. So part of that too is are you following your plan, and are you making the decisions and moving on? So exciting conversation to continue, I think.
Nancy, can I add to that? A lot of the things we're dealing with are big decisions that other groups couldn't agree on. And, just the WUI definition right now comes to mind is, a lot of conflict where others couldn't agree. And I think that in addition to the board process and our evaluation on the back end of keeping that process healthy, really checking ourselves on the front end of these and making sure we have the information that's going to be needed to keep ourselves on, trying to hit these work plans and deadlines. And I know, as it relates to a lot of these programs, I'm probably one asking for that bigger picture or more information on the front end. And so we know we've got a broad enough view that we're putting our decision in the right context. And I think that's important on the front end, so we don't get this ongoing drag.
Yeah, that's really helpful. And I think that's, as you all, between now, really tomorrow around the board work plan, and then really the discussions that will follow as the executive team leaders bring those work plans with a lot more content, a lot more background, a lot more timelines, that's going to be, I imagine that will be a healthy discussion that should assure that you have the ability to get up front what you think you need.
All right, so any other suggestions by way of the formal self-evaluation tool, or some of the ways in which you can build in that sort of checks, both proactively and as a debrief mechanism when you have big, thorny decisions that you have to make and you engage in that. Any other suggestions that you haven't heard today that you want us to make sure we're carrying forward? Okay, so I think we have a lot to go with. Sabrina, okay, so Sabrina's got a lot to go with. I think just in some of my debriefing on this, I can talk with Nancy and others about ways that you might build in even already into your existing processes. You all do a ton of like board one-on-ones and pre-board conversations before each of the meetings. So there's sort of built-in opportunities, I think, already that don't necessarily require you to add. I think someone had a concern about adding another layer of process. So there, I think we could really think through how to best really just almost seamlessly integrate this into, but more intentionally integrate the kind of the checks on the 3 pillars for the board ongoing. So I just appreciate the rich conversation around this. And I think, kudos to all of you that you've all leaned into this notion of being a healthy board and having healthy relationships amidst the challenges of not really being able to connect more deeply as you would want to with your fellow board members because of the required distance that we're all experiencing right now. So I'm going to do a quick time check. We're well ahead of schedule and we haven't taken a break. And I want to just check in. The next on the agenda would be Ryan and John, who I don't see yet here. Ryan, can I just, if you're there, can we check in to see if you would be available to start sooner? Are you flexible on when you can go on this FPFO conversation?
Yeah, you bet. I just got all my notes in order here, and I believe John's in the office. I'll go give him a heads up that we'll start early.
Okay, so let me just check with the board and make sure that from Hillary and others that we can rearrange the pieces here, that we can start some of these segments earlier. I know we don't have public comment period, so I'm assuming we have some flexibility around the schedule for today. Can I just test that with you, Hillary?
Well, assuming we do have some flexibility with the schedule, I'm going to suggest that we do take a 15-minute break right now and return. And I've got a couple of things that I would suggest we think about as topics. I would like to touch back on that topic of how do we support the new state forester in their onboarding. We didn't say much about that. And there's another topic, since we've been talking all about relationships and healthy relationships. In a conversation with yesterday or the day before with Liz, I think she posed the question of, do you think we can ever have a healthy relationship again with the forest trust land counties? And I think we clearly don't have a healthy relationship there, obviously. There's always been tensions there, and then the lawsuit that is still ongoing made things a lot worse. But I would encourage us, let's take the break for 15 minutes and return, and then maybe if those conversations don't go on too long, we can tighten up the schedule and get done earlier today. But I'll encourage all board members or staff folks, anybody who's got anything on their mind, to feel free to bring it up when we return. So my phone says it's 11:02, so let's return at 11:17.
Thank you.
All right, we'll do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hillary, can I just ask you real quick, are we okay? And then if we just take a lunch break at a different time, as long as Ryan and John are ready to go a little earlier?
I think with the forestry plan for Oregon and some closing thoughts, we're pretty fluid. So just let us know. I think we'd want at least to give everyone at least a full hour for lunch.
Yeah, I'm thinking when we come back.
This is Ben. I just wanted to check in briefly about the lunch. I kind of need most of that time. I got to go pick up my 4-year-old from preschool during that lunch break.
At the exact time.
Works really well. So I would need to, the tour of 12:45 to 1:45 window, I will need to be gone for. But front-loading this and finishing early would also work really, really well for me. So.
That's completely a good point, Ben. Thank you. And also just for the public accessing this on YouTube, they do have access to our agenda, which is 12:45 to 1:45. So that might actually be a good time to just keep.
So why don't we plan on the discussions topics that Jim raised, And we'll move into the FPFO until the actual break. And if we get done, we're done. And if we don't, Ben, we'll just have you come back, or we'll have everybody come back at 1:45 or 2. And maybe it'll just be a wrap up, or maybe it'll be more conversation about the FPFO. Does that make sense?
That sounds good to me. I'll go grab John and make sure that he's ready to go.
Okay. Thanks all. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Thank you.
So just for the board members, when you get back, or if you're back, if you could just turn your screen on so we know that you're back. Okay, so I'll welcome everyone back. This is Robin Harkless. Just a quick check on the schedule for the rest of the day. We are going to hold to the designated time for the lunch break because some folks, including a board member, had obligations. So we want to honor that. And also members of the public, we can maintain any expectations out there for their ability to watch and listen in. So we'll use the next hour plus to both explore the two topics that Jim raised before the break, continuing conversation about onboarding, how best to support and onboard the new state forester. And the other conversation that I'll have you tee up at a later time, Jim, around the relationship with the trust counties. So we'll get to that in a moment. And then if we have time before the 12:45 break, we'll go into, we'll start the conversation about the FPFO. And if we don't, then we'll just resume with our normal schedule when we get back on time. So any other topics that board members wanted to surface for discussion this morning or today?
There's two that I would like to bring up. You know, in the front of this board book was just an excellent white paper from Sustainable Northwest and from Dr. Kitzhaber. And I think it would be really valuable to, you know, that's the type of information I think it would be really valuable to hear from them, for the whole board to hear from them. And I don't know if the board ever got a briefing on the summary of, you know, the year and a half of work from the Wildfire Council. But having the leader of that council, you know, talk to the board and bring us up to date on those findings, I think would also be valuable. That's some of the, I just thought that was a very good white paper and really worth listening to.
Carla, I completely agree about that. I had set aside or it was hoping to be able to have a conversation on that at end of day today, but it's pretty clear to me that that right now, since we've got this time on the front end, would be the time to do that. And so I would suggest that we move into that topic first, unless anyone else has other suggestions.
I like it.
Okay, Hearing none, I did have some comments around Governor Kitzhaber's future of forestry report that he did that stood out to me. So I'll use what I prepared to kick off the conversation.
Great, and if you can, Jim, just set a little context of what the paper's about. It was shared as a public document, so everyone should have access to it at this point, but could you just set a little context about it?
Yeah, everyone has had access to it. What it was is that Sustainable Northwest hired Governor Kitzhaber to do a high-level look at forestry in Oregon. And so he interviewed, I believe, like 8 industry leaders and 8 conservation leaders, and then wrote this high-level paper. Obviously, he's well positioned. He can get people to return his phone calls for this kind of work. So, and he's kind of a big systems thinker, or generally thought of that way. So that's in a nutshell what the paper is about. And I was just going to comment on the things that I was struck by. One thing that he goes into quite a bit is the way ownership of timberlands have changed and the different classes of timber companies, such as the REITs and the TIMOs and the old line timber companies, more like Hampton. And he specifically goes in how this affects their behavior and their motivations and their openness to change, to carbon trading, et cetera. And we deal with this firsthand, and so I found that really interesting and learned quite a bit. I also found it interesting that essentially on state lands we harvest at the same rate as all private lands, industrial and non-industrial combined. That's just a kind of a fascinating big picture look. So we obviously are harvesting much lower than on typical industrial lands, and obviously much higher than non-industrial owners do when you take each class as a whole. And that is despite the fact that we are harvesting with a 60 to 80 year rotation. So I think buried in all of that is that we have a lot of small private owners who are harvesting on pretty slow rotations, if at all. And then finally, Governor Kitzhaber is highly critical of Oregon's forestry governance system, particularly the way the Board of Forestry has historically been structured and has functioned. Personally, I don't take any offense. And if this eventually leads to a high-level examination of how we in Oregon can do a better job with our forestry governance, I welcome that. However, that kind of effort would really be led by the governor's office and the legislature and not by us. So I think our job is to not be defensive. And I think our job is to do the very best job we can with the system that we have today. And as we've been talking about, as I look at the board makeup today, I see a group of people who are not ideologues. I see a group who can work together thoughtfully and follow the statute, which means we represent the people of Oregon first. So I just take from this, let's just do our job. And then I welcome whoever else has comments based on that report.
I had a few comments that jumped out at me, Jim. I thought the introduction where he quoted Einstein, "We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them." I thought that was, very good. That ownership productivity, where only 14% of the timber comes from 60% of the land base or the federal land base, that really does jump out. But as we look at fuels accumulation, there's also a real correlation there as well. I think the global trends in forestry is something that I want to get a better handle of what's going on in South America. We went on that forestry tour to New Zealand. We've done forestry tours here, but I'd like Dr. Kitzhaber to come, talk to us about some of those conversations with the conservationists that he interviewed, as well as the privates, because that land ownership pattern really is changing and the business models are changing. And we're seeing long-term traditional players here in Oregon sell and move to the south. And as we think about policy, I just want to be sure we are all as up to date as possible on what's happening in the real economy in this industry. He's talked about how some of the governance has really led to these lawsuits and, delayed budgets and turnover on the Board of Forestry, polarization, large turnover of state foresters. And I think the quicker we can gain as big a picture as possible to put these really, these big policy programs in context, it will help us through that. So I'd love to hear some of the behind the more. I'd love to hear some of the detailed conversations, not names, but I'd love to hear from him on that paper.
Other thoughts, reactions?
Hey, Jim, I guess I'll give a few. I also found it really interesting to read, particularly around the different ownership structures and some of the trends that we're seeing. And a couple of things that jumped out to me were, number one, much like Carla has said, as it relates to understanding the global trends, I think it relates just generally to the approach that we want to take to the forestry program for Oregon and being more proactive in general. And that requires us to understand where a lot of different trajectories are headed, and what some of the hurdles might be or some of the opportunities might be. And so in addition to, I think hearing from folks in those spaces, I think some of the other spaces as well, as it relates to where things are headed with some of the other values that forests have, whether it's, ecosystems or water or land ownership patterns, all that stuff. I think it's going to be really important for us to try to stay a little bit ahead of the curve so that we can anticipate what sort of solutions might be most effective going into the future. So I got that message pretty loud from him in this paper. And I think the other thing that was interesting to me, well, I guess it was, sorry, I'm trying to think of my thought here, but we focused a bit on land ownership. I think he did here, which was, kind of highlighting a tool. I think he even referenced it as such, right? So when we're thinking about our goals and thinking about whether or not we have the institutions and the right tools to meet those goals. And so here, land ownership and some of the policies that we have that keep it in forest is one of those things. But I think, I'd like to have a conversation at some point too, to think about, do we have the right tools, thinking about those future challenges? And he mentions non-traditional tools. What is the space to have the conversation about what's going to be required? And funding kind of comes into that too. So it's the toolbox conversation. And I thought that was interesting. And also, I guess the third reflection was just that, there's a very small section devoted to the intersection that we see with management and endangered species. And so some of these other values and how they intersect with this land ownership. And I'd like to actually hear a little bit more about that part of it, because I really appreciate the depth we went into on the land ownership and some of the different business structures and the trends we're seeing there. So kind of on the other side, I'd love to see a little bit more developed conversation as well. And so I am interested in hearing maybe what he was hearing from the conservation side of the equation, but also just other folks. It'd be great to have and I think he anticipates this with his next steps, right? Talking to, I think he was saying, those impacted by forest policy decisions and those that have valuable perspectives, which clearly go beyond folks that are, timber and conservation leaders. And so those would probably be really interesting conversations to be able to either be a part of or listen into as well.
Can I add one thing to that? Chandra, I really agree with what you just said. And the third leg to that stool is really some of the work the Wildfire Council has proposed. Because what we learned in Eastern Oregon with, and I think the World Forestry Council, on a lot of that communication this past summer, they realized how much infrastructure has been lost to where we can't even carry out some of the very work that needs to be carried out for prevention because we've lost so much infrastructure. And I think those three legs of that stool are really important, that we see that big picture.
Yeah, Jim, I don't have a whole lot more to add, although I've lived in my career the change of land ownership, working in the industry most of my career. And priorities change and objectives change. And I think for this body to understand that really well, and I think where that feeds into is the policy decisions that we're faced with making have consequences and have, the things will result of them. And certainly, Carla talks about, Eastern Oregon infrastructure and so on, and what's happened on our federal lands and so on, and all that dynamic, they all are very much intertwined. And so I think it is very, very valuable for board members, I think, to understand that and think about that related to policy decisions that we're facing, whether it be on the, in Western Oregon, related to state forests, or in Eastern Oregon, related to issues with infrastructure.
Joe, did you have any quibbles with the way he was describing those different ownership patterns and the motivations? Did you think he did a pretty good job of his description and assessments?
Yeah, I did. It can be hotly debated. I mean, there's lots of consternation around that ownerships and what has happened, and so I always break it down to objectives. Different land ownerships, we all have different objectives, right? I mean, state forests, not private, non-industrial, TMOs, they have different objectives, right or wrong. They're different, and I mean, that's just kind of the reality, and decisions that we may make or we make related to policy can push those objectives in different ways. So, yeah.
This has been, I appreciated the global perspective, global trends portion as well. And I appreciate Carla for bringing that up and helping to put this in context. And I think there is a global shift to smaller diameter trees, shorter rotations. And I think in many timber growing regions in the world, that has I think been driven by the resource and what can grow there. And I always sort of look at Oregon. This is one of, should show my hand here. This is how I see the trees at least in Western Oregon. This is the timber capital of the world. We grow bigger, better trees than any other timber growing region in the world. We have a competitive advantage here in Oregon that is unmatched globally, and in Douglas fir. Douglas fir grows incredibly well. It's an incredibly valuable species, and I just wanted to sort of point out that from my perspective, shifting completely to smaller diameter trees, it allows us to compete on the global scale with all the other global producers who are growing small diameter trees. But it's a bit of an impoverishment of our forest land base. And it's a sort of a race to the bottom of how can we compete on fiber. And we lose our competitive advantage of high quality, large Douglas fir trees. And I think pointing to the state forest is a great example of their growing longer rotations, and I think right now doing quite well doing that. And it's an interesting counter model that we are currently working on here in Oregon with our state forest lands of how we can capitalize on our competitive advantage, on what we have that no one else has. And I want to figure out how we as Oregonians can explore what we can make, what we can grow, that nowhere else in the world can do that.
Ben, it was interesting when we went to New Zealand. We heard more about genetics and forest health in a week than I've heard in a whole year serving on the Board of Forestry here. Everything was about forest health and genetics. And, you know, as I look at the intense summers that we just went through and the increased disease and sunburn and stress on our plants, let alone, you know, all these trees, it forces a different conversation on what is that forest health and genetics. You know, are we doing everything we can in that arena to really stabilize these forests? Because what I keep hearing from these, you know, and including you, is we can't get to 80 years because of disease and forest health. Well, that's really a different assumption than what we've made. And I think it just begs some agronomic and genetic and rotation questions of how will we think about this going forward?
Absolutely. And I think that I completely agree, Carla. And I think more focus on forest health is critical. But I think, and the point there also is it's, you know, here in Oregon, at least from what the trees I see, it's very site specific. Different sites grow very different trees, and different sites need very different prescriptions of anyway, I think we're getting it. I don't want to get too far in the weeds here, but I really appreciated this report, and I would welcome Governor Kitzhaber to come join us and talk us through this. It'd be great.
Looks like we'll be adding an agenda item if we can to a future meeting.
Brenda.
Other thoughts on this particular topic?
Yeah, just a few, Jim. You know, I think the point that was made that we're not going to solve the problems of the present or the future by using the same information that we used to generate the problems in our past is something that we really need to take to heart here. So given, you know, Carla just brought up the genetics and forest health issues. I think if we take the same approaches to solving forest health issues in the future that we took in the past, we're just going to continue going down the same rabbit hole. And so we need to think differently about that. Relative to fire, you know, if we take the same command and control approach to solving fire problems that we've taken in the past, I'm not sure that we're going to be solving the problems of fire in the future. We're going to have to think differently about how to live with fire rather than how to control every single fire that occurs. And I know that sounds heretical, but that's kind of the way I see it. And I think he brings this up to some degree here too, in terms of having the social compact. And the other point he brings up implicitly is that of silos. He talked about a Department of Natural Resources rather than Department of Forestry, another Department of Fisheries and Wildlife, another Department of Environmental Quality. And I see that. I see silos within among state agencies and within state agencies. And one example that I see is collecting data, using the best available information to make decisions. So collecting data in a monitoring framework. Every state agency I've interacted with has a monitoring component. And even within the Department of Forestry, private forest does their own monitoring, state forest does their own monitoring. There's not a coordinated, at least the way I perceive it, monitoring framework that extends across all divisions and across state agencies with a repository of information that can then be used to make good decisions. We need to break out of the silos. And I know they're there because of legal mandates for different agencies to follow different missions. But that's the old way of thinking. We need to think about new ways of structuring so that we can solve problems collaboratively and think about new ways forward rather than relying on the same old ways with the same old information. Just my view. And I think Kitzhaber could really shed some light on this if he were to come in to talk with us.
Not hearing any further comments on that. Carla, you brought up the issue of the Wildfire Council. You want to lead us on that?
Yeah, I think I know Matt Donegan was the lead of that council and probably helped Dr. Kitzhaber on this paper. I think some of the things that you bring up, Brenda, on fire, I think that Matt would be very good at addressing. And we're addressing it now on, trying to wrestle with this WUI definition and high risk acres and how do we not burn cities and towns at the same time we get to a place where we can do prescribed burns. But I think it would be really valuable to just get an overview. We had all the voices around the table at that council and ask, when we asked Dr. Kitzhaber, maybe ask Matt Donegan to also brief us on who was around the table at that council and what were their recommendations and the outcomes. Because that certainly helped me think through, in a better manner, how we get to a place where we get to that prescribed burn. But boy, we're not there, and nobody sees that better than this agency of just, the sheer volume of acres and damage and cost of, that just these massive fires that we're dealing with. And I think Matt could help us put that in context.
Great. Other thoughts related to that from anyone? If not, I'll touch back to healthier relationships with the forest trust land counties. And when I bring that up, I want to be clear that I'm really talking about the board relationship. I think the department, is working with the trust land counties always in the responsibilities that they have. But we, as the policy board, I feel like we're often, particularly since the lawsuit, kind of at loggerheads and in approaching the world pretty differently. And it doesn't feel very healthy, and I'm just kind of struggling with where we will go in the future with that relationship.
Honestly, Jim, I think we need a healthy relationship with these counties. I know three of us listened to I believe three of us were on the call of their last board meeting. I'm going to miss their Friday meeting, but I think it would be really valuable for us to try and really stay connected to their board meetings. You've got all these county commissioners that have a lot of frontline financial, social pressures, at the county level that they're trying to really solve. We know what the economic conditions are in some of these rural counties and the unemployment rates and just some of the social impact issues. And so every dollar really matters to them. I don't think it's magic on why there's so much pressure on them financially. So I really found their last board meeting engaging, and I was going to reach out to Liz. They had really an excellent presentation that I wanted to be sure the entire board saw on new building materials with forestry, and the benefit of carbon of building with wood versus steel and concrete. And I'd like that to be shared with the board. And I just think we have got to build a better relationship there. We need to make sure that happens, no matter the outcome of the lawsuit.
I think this has been, I listened to a lot of the testimony, and I have, coming from my time on the State Forest Advisory Committee, I think it would be useful to make sure we all are in agreement on the terms, I guess. What was useful for me from my days on SFAC was a real primer on how these state forests came about, and why they exist, why they belong to the state, and what the state's obligations have been in statutes to the counties. And I think I'm always needing a refresh. Anytime I'm at the state forest, I try to get a refresher on this and reminder of sort of how we got here. And I think for us as a board, and maybe we do that jointly with the counties at some point, I don't know, just a reminder of sort of how we got here, because sometimes I hear in testimony references to that relationship with these state lands that don't square with what I've learned. And I think maybe we could sort of jointly explore our different understandings of our, the relationship to these acres, and who's responsible for them, and what the state is responsible for, and what the counties are responsible for, and what that just seems to be sort of one of the big sticking points. And it would be useful to sort of jointly explore that.
I guess, where I see the fundamental problem in a certain way is that, I think the leadership of the trust land counties sees really timber production as their only economic opportunity, and that they're feeling that maximizing that timber value is the only thing that's going to make sense. And our problem is, we as representing all of Oregonians, I think that's out of touch with the greater public sentiment, who wants to see the state forest probably used less intensively, strictly for timber harvest. So we do have this, I think, a rather fundamental lack of where we are, a meeting of the minds, and I wish that their leadership was looking more broadly at their economies, and because we are told over and over that that the tourism jobs are not going to pay as well, et cetera. And yes, that's all true, but I do see the approach kind of that their only economic salvation is through solely through the cutting of trees, as rather myopic and not probably in their best long-term interest, because I just don't see the populace of Oregon supporting that level of cutting in these state forests, and so I don't know. It's a rock and a hard place in a certain way, but I think it is not all, Carla, of what we can do for them. I think that they need to open their minds somewhat about the future and look beyond timber as their sole economic future salvation.
You know, I think that gets back a little bit to some of the numbers in Dr. Kitzhaber's report. You know, 76% of the production coming off of 34% of the private and family land base, 10% of the production coming off of 4% of the state land base, and only 14% of the timber production coming off of 60% of the federal land base. And I think that, you know, we've put a lot of pressure on state and private forests in this state. And that's really kind of at the heart of his paper, is that's the elephant in the room of, you know, we need to talk about that. I just sent money down to a group in Reedsport. You know, 60% of the 5th grade class is homeless. And I think some of the social issues, Econ Northwest did a really good report going back 40 years in Oregon and really looking at the economic, you know, damage to these rural economies. And, you know, living in Lynn County and really spending 16 years on, you know, one of the biggest foundations in Oregon that solely deals with rural Oregon, the Ford Family Foundation. I see that pretty clearly, the economic challenges that these commissioners have. So I absolutely hear what you're saying, Jim, but I also appreciate the reality of what they're dealing with. And they've got their hands full.
Yeah, no, I don't want to discount that reality either. And you're absolutely right that this whole situation has created a tremendous amount of pressure on those state forests. But those are the forests that we are responsible for. End of day. So that's why I, you know, just come back to a rock and a hard place. But if anybody else has thoughts.
Hey, Jim, I have a quick thought. Well, I guess to me, this kind of highlights some questions I was having anyway when we're talking about, you know, broader based planning and the forestry program for Oregon, and looking at, you know, the mutual goals and values that we have. And I think one of them is that you're, you know, going to achieve, I forget how Kitzhaber says it, but we're thinking about the rural communities, right, and their ability to thrive and for the counties to provide, you know, their basic services to their citizens. Everything that affects that, though, isn't necessarily within our jurisdiction, right? And our ability to understand where the conversations are and how different counties are impacted. And clearly there were a lot of tax bills, for instance, in front of the legislature, and that could have impacted that equation as well. Like, what's our obligation, or what's our interest in staying informed on those sorts of things, right? When you have an overarching goal and you have a piece of it that you're trying to think through, but it really does matter what happens in some of these other spaces to get to that ultimate goal. And so I struggle a little bit with that. And I think that relates to a lot of the values that we have and the outcomes that we want to see. There's a lot of other actors and actions that could influence it, right? And so to what extent do we get educated on those things? And then do we, I don't know, advocate in different spaces, right, for solutions that are outside of our control? Or do we welcome people to come and tell us about those things in the broader picture so that we have that context? Because here, I think that is part of this, right? We've got to think about different tools or programs or policies or funding streams to help these counties. But again, not completely within our control. So anyway.
Chandra, you are absolutely right. And we intend to tee up the conversation tomorrow right on this topic of just reviewing where do we have authority, where do we not have authority. You know, we do not control purse strings, and we don't exercise much control over federal forests, obviously. So anyhow, that's a conversation we wanted to use to tee up tomorrow, because I also feel like there's a lot of misperceptions on the part of the public about what kind of authority that we have and don't have, and I think we see that often. So I look forward to a more in-depth conversations starting out tomorrow, specifically to what you just brought up.
Jim, I think I saw Liz's hand up and I just want to, yeah, there she is again. I see your hand, Liz.
Great, thank you. I didn't want to jump in front of the board members. So, got to put my different laptop up so you can see the video. So thank you, appreciate the conversation. For the record, my name's Liz Dent and I'm the State Forest Division Chief. Lots of really great conversations. Oftentimes what I'm hearing is these many of these conversations come back to state forests. We're an important land base, clearly, by any measure, socially, politically, economically. And I think that we're all really proud as a division to be in that place. And it also is a difficult place to be. And a couple of you have talked about pressure on the land base. And so really appreciate that recognition, because that certainly is where we are and where we rely on you as a board to help us navigate that. And I also think Kitzhaber's paper indicated the importance of a collaborative effort among the different interest groups to get through these challenging times and these types of decisions. So I think that really meshes with the conversation. But thinking about the relationship with the counties or Forest Trust Lands Advisory Committee, so I'll call them FTLAC, that is a really healthy conversation for the board to have and for the FTLAC to have. So I'm going to reach out to Commissioner Yamamoto and just brief him on that FTLAC is an advisory committee to the Board of Forestry. That's why this conversation you're having is so valuable. And really our job as the division is to provide them with the information they need to advise the Board of Forestry. So that's really what we strive to do. And as part of that, do our best effort at folding their perspectives and their unique relationship with the lands and their unique relationship with the board, folding those into the material that we bring to the Board of Forestry. So that's an important distinction, their role with the board versus their role with the division. And then I just wanted to touch on this conversation, which is really critical. And I think we're going to really need a lot of teamwork on this, which is this whole conversation that we're characterizing within the division and with FTLAC as community well-being. And it plays out in any community, but for us, we're really thinking about these rural communities that are the subject of this conversation, the way this conversation went here just towards the end of your all's conversation. So there's a couple challenges there. We all know it's important. We know that there is a role for state forests in these rural communities that are surrounded by a large state forest land base that where they also had revenue from Forest Service or federal lands in the past, and they don't now. So the state forests play a particular role there. Other counties where we own state forests, the board owns and we manage state forests, our role there financially at least is much more limited. But so thinking about community well-being, that's the spectrum that we need to keep in mind as we work these policies with you all. Wanting to have a measure of community well-being, we know there are other factors, and you've touched on them, that influence community well-being. And so as we think about the metric for that, to continue this conversation, that's what we're really trying to take a hard look at within the division. How do we have a metric for community well-being, recognizing we may only have a small influence on how that trends over time. Which brings me, Chandra, to your last comment there. I couldn't agree more. And Jim and Brendan and I were talking about this some other time before today, can't remember when. And that given the variable influence that state forests can have on these communities and recognizing the real need that exists there, how can we broaden that conversation? to bring in other collaborative efforts, bring in leadership from the legislature, from the governor's administration, other, entities to help find some solutions there and get on a track that helps support these communities. So those are just some thoughts I thought I'd share, and appreciate the intent here to look for building a good relationship with FTLC.
Yeah, I want to add a couple of comments there as well. More so towards the notion of kind of the role of the board. And I think, as you begin your work looking at your forestry program for Oregon and reflecting, on that and looking forward, I think the statutory language around the board's authorities and or the forestry program for Oregon really speak to the board being a leader and really being a leader of all forest policy in Oregon. And so I think as the board, has limited time in a year of its meetings, I would say that this board does have, there are tools and mechanisms in place that we will continue to grow together, I believe. And Jim mentioned that this morning, what is the federal budget going to bring to Oregon in the future, given what appears to be some very significant investments headed our way. And so the department has a shared stewardship agreement with the Forest Service. The work of prior board's subcommittee on federal forests resulted in the federal forest restoration, program in the agency. And so as you ultimately think about these communities, I think that the department anyway and the board is positioned better than ever. Given the investments that were just made, we're growing that federal forest restoration unit. We've got more than double, I think, the capacity now. This will take time, but to begin to have an effect on these other parts of Oregon's forest in a collaborative way, will ultimately tie back to, that social piece in any one of these counties that are really hurting. So look forward to that conversation around the forestry program for Oregon as well.
Jim, just to think about how we might get a broader view on, I think Chandra brings up a good point. We only deal with one sector of the policy here as it relates to these counties. But I think a 40 or 50 year view on how has federal forest policy and state forest policy really impacted, financially impacted these, FTLC counties would be a really good view for us. And I know Econ Northwest and likely Mason Bruce Gerard have that information readily available. I don't think it would be hard to ask them to give us an overview of looking back. What has that financial impact been? And, that will help us, have a better view looking forward.
I do want to just mention so that all board members are aware, one thing that I have had some conversations with Liz about, and I think Brenda was involved in one conversation, is something that I think possibly could be something that we could work cooperatively with the Forest Trustland counties. And that's, we've got two issues in some of those counties. We've got the Swiss needle areas with the Swiss needle cast. We also have some of the areas where the alder is aging out. And at this point, the department is not able essentially to touch those areas because with the formula that we have with 2/3 of the dollars going to the counties, it's a big money loser for ODF to deal with them. I am suggesting, and I know things like this have been tried somewhat in the past, but that we could work out a temporary agreement to change that formula specifically for those lands for a specific, short period of time. The benefit of doing that, well, there's a number of benefits. It would bring more timber jobs to those communities, it would bring more timber to the mills, and it would enable us to at the same time be able to replant those areas and eventually have the long-term benefit for ODF and the trustland counties of having those restored as healthy forests. There's really, if you think about it, there's really not a downside. This would kind of be an addition to what else would be typically happening. I know I'm painting it in a very broad brush, and we have the complications of the HCP and all of that. And it would require a cooperative agreement. And I would hope that all board members would be interested and supportive of work that would lead us in that direction. And if anyone has comments, I'd love to hear it.
I saw Brenda's hand up earlier.
Yeah, thank you. Jim, I think that's a great idea to kind of find some common ground and take a step in a good direction to build that relationship that needs to be repaired. I think it needs to be done, though, within the context that the issues for these rural communities, as I see it, go far beyond cutting trees to solve problems. These are economic development and social welfare issues that could be addressed through federal dollars, through state dollars, through new approaches, but approaches that go far beyond our authority and far beyond the actions and activities of ODF. And they should be a high priority for the state, for the legislators, for the governor's office. But I think for FTLAC to expect, and I don't think they do necessarily expect that timber is going to solve all their problems is realistic. We need to take a broader view.
Jim, you ask a question about restoration. And from my perspective, you are always going to see me supporting restoration on state forests. I mean, as a forester and seeing, firsthand what needs to happen regarding restoration, both alder conversion and Swiss needle cast, how we find a solution with those counties to do that restoration, you're always going to have my support of that. I mean, I see that as a real high priority. Just a simple number of acres that are affected on state forests. And I don't know what that solution exactly looks like. And I'm encouraged by the fact that you're talking or presenting ideas, but I think that's where we need to be creative and look at doing that, because those stands aren't getting any better. I mean, the clock is ticking, if you will, with those kind of stands. So you're always going to have my support with that.
Okay, Joe, we're going to put you.
Could I just say something, Jim? I'm sorry.
I was just going to tell Joe that we're going to put him in charge of the negotiations in that case.
Okay, that I'll vote for. So I just to test our working relationship here, Joe, I would use a different term. I would not call it restoration. I would call it conversion, because those alder stands do have value for a variety of things. And even though Swiss needle cast is a problem in terms of growing Douglas fir, it's not necessarily a problem for growing other things that have value too. So I think, it's restoration from the standpoint of growing Douglas fir for timber, but it's not necessarily restoration. It's more conversion to from one forest type to another. Sorry for nitpicking.
All right, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, I always just put my forester hat in when I see stands in forest health issues, and I think about potential. That's where my mind goes to restoration. I do agree. Even even a dying stand of alder has, has value and so on. But long term, what is the greatest benefit, to those forests? I think we just have to think about that and find some solutions there.
Well, and also, Jim, I think our role, and as it relates to the Wildfire Council and mitigation work, I mean, I don't have the current numbers with all the fires in 21, but Matt Donegan's number was at the end of 20, 93% of the fires in Oregon were on federal lands. So this 18 million acres of federal lands in Oregon, those acres that are in these same rural counties, what, our role in thinning, Nancy, you just mentioned this, the mitigation piece, the dollars coming from the federal government, the dollars coming from the state government, these good neighbor authority agreements, it does relate to these same rural counties on those federal lands sitting in those counties. And what is the role of thinning, increased harvest, really fire mitigation work, and the benefit, back to those, is there any benefit there back to those counties? And I think that's part of this big discussion. That's 18 million acres, not 1.1 million of state lands. And so I think that conversation has many different feet and facets. And I guess I would just like that broader economic understanding, maybe from an Econ Northwest. So we see the big picture of how we got here and, how we might look at this going forward. And I agree, it's more than just timber revenue.
Any other comments on this particular topic? I think would also said that if not, that might want to touch back on our role, board's role relative to onboarding a new state forester. So have anyone got any more thoughts on that, or really any other subject?
Jim, before we do that, this was such a rich conversation, and I'm just curious if you or anyone wants to try to recap and talk about what some of the potential next steps on this might be with regards to what you teed up so nicely around this necessary and hopefully healthy relationship dynamic with the FTLAC or the trust land counties. There were a number of ideas that were shared and maybe even a few action items that came out of this. So I'm just curious if you or others want to recap that. And I'm happy to do it tomorrow morning if we're, I think we have time though. So it was just such a robust conversation.
Okay, well, I think, out of that, I think it was just good, for us all to I think we do have to face the fact that the interests that they were really supposed to represent in where the minds are of the county commissioners that of the trust land counties, that we do have some probably pretty essential differences in approach that will not easily be reconciled. That said, we also in all of this have to be really mindful of where we sit in a much bigger picture with these things like federal forest policy having had such huge effect on these rural communities and the pressure that puts on the state forests. All that said, it's probably going to continue to be pretty challenging, but we certainly, if we're able to successfully pull off something like a agreement, which would require the counties voluntary agreement to do something with some of the disease forests. That I think we all see that would be a step in the right direction. Eventually we're going to get this HCP completed and hopefully have less that we're arguing about at that level. And of course, we're eventually going to see this lawsuit settled as well. So we will be eventually in a environment that is more settled, and that'll be helpful going forward.
Yeah, Robin.
Did he pass the test? Did he cap that well?
Well, I want to just offer, I mean, I think, yes, he did. And I think that the conversation really, I think, has probably set the table nicely for the continued conversation that I think might emerge around the board's work plan and strategic initiatives going forward tomorrow. So I just wanted to mention that as well.
Yeah, great. That was the one thing I was going to add, is that this may be a conversation within the context of that strategic initiative frame for tomorrow. Okay. And Liz, you just went off camera, but I know you had set an intention around connecting with the chair of the FTLAC. So do you feel like you've got what you need from this discussion to take that next step?
Yeah, am I still off camera?
You're back.
Okay. I think so. If I could add a few more points, because I am going to talk to Commissioner Yamamoto here really quickly. So y'all can tell me if I got this right, but this conversation really has been around how to improve relationships between FTLAC and the board, particularly thinking about rural communities and potential solutions, what the full suite of those might look like. That there's this conversation around Swiss Needlecast and Aging Alder, looking for some opportunities to collaborate on that. An encouragement that board members attend those FTLAC meetings. I think I heard that from Carla. I know Commissioner would appreciate that. And then this notion, Ben, that you brought up, and this may be more, not sure what the audience would be here, but this idea of sort of a state forest primer, how the lands came about statutory and administrative rule obligations. Those were the high points I captured.
And I think, Liz, two other things. I know somebody out there has, the financial history, the last 40, 50 years. That would sure be valuable to me. And then I'd also like you to share that presentation that they showed in their last board meeting on building materials. I just thought it was so interesting, the steel versus concrete versus wood and the impacts on carbon.
Yeah, I'll send that to Hillary so she can forward it to the full board.
Yeah, also just for I think that I heard, people in the conservation community were taking, they had some real problems with that presentation and the conclusion, which, it was claimed that we should even shorten rotations further at the end of that. And so I do know that I've been approached to view some alternative presentation based on work that's been done based on that presentation. So I think we're going to end up with some probably faced with some, I don't know how helpful it's going to be, but some dueling presentations and on that from both the industry and conservation side.
But I think that would be really valuable, Jim, because I wasn't thinking of rotations. I was really thinking on the carbon piece, just evaluating those different building materials was just really of interest to me, since we're involved in a few buildings. I'd just like to be sure we've got reputable information, and And if that's not the right group, I guess I'd like to, hear who is, but that was the piece I was really interested in that presentation.
Well, Carla, I'm really interested too, and I don't think there is any quote right group, but this is our work to have to sort through these presentations and the science as it's presented to us. So that'll be in our future.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Liz.
Yeah, thank you. I was going for the digital. I'm just going to need to, just so we produce and provide the right product on this conversation around revenue from Forest Service, I think it was, or federal harvest as compared to, I think this is what we're being asked to do. So I'm just trying to clarify it. I think it's timber related harvest and revenue, comparing federal ownership to state forests in FTLAC counties over the last 50 years. Is that the?
Yes, I'm positive this already exists, Liz, is how has forest policy financially impacted at the federal and state level these FTLC counties? So if we could get a 40-year and 50-year view of the financial revenue off of federal lands versus state lands back to those counties, I think that would be that'd be a valuable picture for us to have.
Hey, Carla, I just want to clarify something too. Are we just talking about how things within this jurisdiction modified forest management such that revenue changed, as opposed to like tax changes, modifying how much revenue went to counties, that kind of thing?
Well, I'm going back to your very point. We only have this piece of the picture. And so how have our actions impacted those counties over the last 40 and 50 years, as well as how have the federal forest actions? We know in 82, when that sustainable cut dropped from 42 to 8% and stayed there, that had to have had a substantial impact on those counties. And so I don't have in my mind, I don't have a picture in my mind whether they've had more revenue or less revenue, but I'm assuming combined, I would like to see what their actual revenue has been over a 40 to 50 year picture. Liz, you've given us projections on state lands, and I think it would be valuable. We can go out another 5 years based on your projections, because I'm just sitting here in the dark, not knowing what the piece of the pie that we do have control over, what impact we've had on them. That's all I'm trying to gain is where really are we? Because I don't know.
And I think you're right. The data already exists. And
I know it has to.
We have our historic volume and revenue to the counties back to, I don't want to overpromise here, but I think it's back to the 70s. We do projections for state forests. I don't think we would do that for federal land. But I guess what I'm getting at is that I believe that it would not be much work for us to report on volume and revenue looking historically back as long as 40 years ago, comparing the volume and revenue from federal land as compared to from state forests. And that we would do that, and Carla, this is just the fine point that I'd put on it, just for those FTLAC counties versus statewide.
Well, I'd start with those counties, Liz. We can go statewide if we wish, but let's start with these counties since that really directly relates to this discussion.
And just maybe a thought here is, I think, Liz, within the department, tapping the planning side of partnership and planning in terms of harvest and revenue, I think there's, as Carla's mentioned, relative to the revenues coming off of forest lands in Oregon, I think there's reports to just tap. I would also offer that, this information is, as I'm hearing this discussion, is really to help provide some context for something that the board would like to focus on. And I think trying to connect that dot tomorrow as we talk about the work plans and the strategic initiatives, that if, is this a piece, a contextual piece that's needed relative to one of those items? I think making that connection will be helpful as well.
Yeah. Yep. I agree. So I'll probably do a little follow-up to make sure we have clarity around what we can put together, but I do think it could be pretty straightforward and not take much time. And Nancy's exactly right. I'll be tapping the shoulder of the Partnership and Planning Program.
Great, thank you. All right, so we have about a little under 20 minutes before our official lunch break, and we'll honor that. So Jim, the next conversation you teed up was around support and onboarding of the new state forester. How can the board, what can the board do in that? So do you want to lead us out here, or?
Well, I made a few comments earlier. I don't have, haven't had a lot of time to think about that or any kind of specific plans, but, and I'm glad to know, as I've mentioned, that Nancy and crew are working on a process. So really just wanted to open it up, and if anyone had any particular thoughts on that, and if not, we can have a little bit longer lunch too.
I'm in favor of longer lunch. However, I do have one thought, Jim. We all bring a certain level, we all bring expertise to this body, to this board, and making sure that our new state forester understands what that expertise are, what our backgrounds are, what, spending enough time with that new person and making sure that they know what our levels of expertise are. I mean, you talked to me about Governor Kitzhaber's paper relating to REITs and TMOs, and I know a fair amount about that. And I would be, I think that'll be important. And we all bring different levels of expertise, and that's why we're a part of this body, is that we have that kind of expertise to bring. And so I think that'll be really important. It's part of that person's onboarding to make sure we have that opportunity to do that with the new state forester.
That's a good point, Joe. I mean, as I think about that, and maybe in having individual meetings with the new state forester, each of us, it would be important to share, where our work life has been and what those experiences. So, Chandra's got very specific and very a background that will be very useful, as is your background in other areas. So good point. And so we'll have to include that thought of really briefing her on our individual background so that she knows where to turn for certain information or connections to people, and that type of thing.
One other thought is, and I completely agree that pretty extensive one-on-ones with all of this would be really useful. And I look forward to that. In order to manage that a little bit, I feel like that can be pretty overwhelming with 6 or 7 individuals who have a lot of ideas to just sort of throw at this new individual. And recognizing that at the same time, roughly in the same time frame, we're going to be working through this forestry plan for Oregon, which is kind of a distillation of exactly that. It's a distillation of all of our values and ideas of forestry in Oregon sort of put on paper, and wanting to sort of temper. I'll speak for myself personally. Thinking that a lot of that work really should be done by us to give the new state forester a cohesive idea of what the board is looking for, as opposed to giving the board a scattershot of 6 or 7 individual points of view. There's value in both, but I think they need to work hand in hand. And I think I don't want to load the state forester up with each of our individual pet ideas and goals and aspirations. I think the work is really on us to do that work here and provide the forestry plan for Oregon as this sort of overarching guiding document. So I think there's room for both, but I just want to sort of temper that and that we have some work to do.
And I agree with you on that completely. I was kind of viewing the one-to-ones to be more like, here's our background and expertise such that, you know, if there are questions around certain things or they want to know where our particular interest lies as well. You know, some of us are more focused on following certain pieces, not to say we're not all, you know, following all of it, and some of us are on following the different racks and things like that. So it might just be a good opportunity more from an educational side, as opposed to completely communicating our wish list to the forester before they have a chance to dive in and think about it from their perspective. And I think you're right, the forestry program for Oregon, I would hope would be a nice cohesive way to communicate what our joint values and priorities will be moving forward.
Yeah, and I think that some of this is personally, I will have a tendency to just tell everybody what I think. So I'm
That's fine.
with a plan.
But Ben, you know, you have a lot of specific information around Willamette Valley and private forestry in the Willamette Valley and all of that, and being able to make sure that the new state forester knows that you're a resource on those particular topics, and the fact that you've been on the advisory council for trustland counties, all of that, you know, will help a new state forester, you know, in each of us. And Chandra can talk about TMDLs. Yeah.
My sense is it would be real if any one of us were coming into this position and we saw this list of competing priorities that Nancy put together, it'd be a little overwhelming. I mean, just reading all of this since February has been overwhelming, let alone coming into a new job and having to deal with all this. I think the board's role in kind of lining these priorities up would be really, really valuable to a new state forester, because this can't all be done at once. And lining that up in line with, you know, unprecedented wildfire. So yes, we've got the new money. Yes, we've got the new people, or we're in the process of trying to hire new people. But wildfire, this level of wildfire activity really does hamstring our ability to do all this at once. So I think our role in lining this out will be really valuable to that new person, along with excellent communication and support.
And I want to just maybe add a comment here as kind of tee off of Ben's comment about the forestry program for Oregon. I really think being able to shape, you know, the board going forward, you know, your evolution of the next forestry program for Oregon, you know, is kind of yet to be determined, right? But I think the conversations and engagement with that state forester will be helpful as you continue to try to steer the ship, and that person needs to steer the ship in the department. But the other piece is, and I keep kind of jumping to tomorrow and the board's work plan, because sometimes we have to remember that the agency's here to support the board's work plan. And so the clarity around what is in those plans and what the priorities are and the sequencing of that work becomes really, really important. And I think as, you know, we have these kind of initial discussions tomorrow, you're going to go through the next few months of really shaping that work plan, which is your work plan, the priorities. And that's what is really important, at least in my tenure here, that I can know that if we're following that, that we are meeting really the board's expectations. And I think that's the kind of clarity, given the curveballs that the state forester certainly gets pretty much just about every day. Having those strong anchors and knowing that the department is supporting the right body of work that the board wants done is going to be really important.
All right.
I apologize. I keep referring to the board work plans and we're just not there yet, but I'm encouraged by the discussion today that tomorrow's conversation will be as rich as it has been so far.
Great. Okay, so any last thoughts on ways in which the board can support good onboarding and kind of support a successful start for this new state forester?
I apologize again. I want to add one comment. You know, I'd characterize what Jim had mentioned that we're working on is more of a reference type document, so that it's kind of at a person's fingertips to get the lay of the land of the department, and to have available at their fingertips, you know, key links and key agreements, things like that, that on, you know, once that person arrives, they're going to be in back-to-back communication and conversations. If it's someone external to the department, I think we're trying to provide them with the tools to give them the 30,000 foot view to be able to enter into, you know, conversations and relationship building from day one. Other than that, I would say the onboarding really is about what you all will do with the state forester. And of course, we will support that, and our human resources staff will be important in that as well.
Great. And what is just generally, what is the presumed day one date-ish? Jim had mentioned recruitment, hiring process, aiming to make that a decision on October 29th. If that's the case, when does this set the first day for the new forester? And I really am asking that in sort of the context of when you will have your work plans developed and more confirmed.
I think we don't know.
Okay.
The hope would be, you know, it would depend who we select and their exact schedule, but I would hope that it would be within a couple of weeks, perhaps a month. Probably unrealistic to be less than a couple of weeks. That's as much as I have no inside information. So we'll see.
Okay. All right, but it sounds like by the end of, yeah, we'll just leave it at that.
Right.
All right, so it's been a great morning, but a pretty full morning. So let's just utilize the full time for your break. We are scheduled to be back at 2 o'clock. So I'll give you about an hour and 20 minutes for your break. And really looking forward to the next segment, which is teeing you up for this FPFO review and revision possibility. So John and Ryan will be leading us out in that conversation. One of the things that I will be asking you to do, and you don't have to do this over your break, I think we'll have time to have you look at this in the meeting, but if you want to give a sneak peek, to look at in your attachments, you've got highlighted text from the 2011, which is the current version of the FPFO. It's attachment 2, I believe. Yes, and there's vision, values, goals. The values piece, which shows up on page 2 of that document. We'll be spending just a little bit of time. Hopefully we will have time. We'll spend a little bit of time examining that and having some dialogue. So if you are, if you're one that likes to prepare, that is something that we'll be looking at this afternoon. But there's no actual homework for this, just a heads up.
Great.
All right, everybody. Looking forward to seeing you in a little while. We'll see you at 2:00.
Thank you.
Enjoy the break.
And this is Hillary, just letting you know we are 1 minute away from hitting our 2 o'clock time. Hope everyone had a good lunch.
Thanks, Hillary. It looks like all of our board members are back and looking for Ryan and John.
So we're here, we're in the Tillamook room. I think our video will come up momentarily.
Excellent. Okay, so there you are. Oh, and there's Chandra. Great. Okay. So let's get rolling. Yes, hope you had a nice break and a chance to just decompress from what was a very robust conversation this morning. We will spend the rest of today essentially just focused on teeing up the FPFO review process. So a little context setting for that. Engage you in some discussion about what direction you want to go with any sort of revision. And then, as I mentioned before the break, as time allows, which I think it will, we'll do just a little bit of a look up here into the current version of the FPFO with regards to the set of values that are listed there, and engage you in some dialogue around that. So again, we're not making any decisions today about the updates itself, but this will tee you up well and provide some information and direction to the department about if and how to incorporate this into your next 2 years of work. So appreciate the attention, and I'll turn it over to John and Ryan.
Thank you and good afternoon. Again, my name is Ryan Gordon. I'm the Interim Partnership and Planning Program Director. And I'm new to this role, as I think you all know, and I'm joined by John Tokarczyk, who has a lot more depth in this conversation. And so we're going to kind of take it as a team here as we walk through a short presentation and then transition into the conversation that Robin was just talking about. A couple of things that I wanted to say up front, and Jason, if you're able to call up the presentation here, we'll get into the slides in a minute. It is the intent that this process will reside in the planning and analysis unit and be led by the Partnership and Planning Program Director. And I really wanted to acknowledge that there's been a lot of really great conversation. I keep looking at the screen. I know the camera is over here, but I'm looking at the screen off to my left. I really wanted to acknowledge the great conversation already today. I've got a lot of great notes and I've learned a lot in listening to that discussion. And it's really clear to me that you all have a strong interest in an update and a pretty extensive revision to the forestry plan for Oregon. As Robin said, the official decisions are going to come later, but I think this is a good starting point for that conversation. And so to that end, I'm going to walk through a high-level overview of the forestry program today, and then conclude by offering some initial thoughts on next steps. Based on some of the conversation here today, we'll offer at a later date a framework for further discussion and consideration. If you don't mind going to the next slide. So what is the forestry program for Oregon? We've got some text on the screen here. I scribbled down for myself 4 things that really come to mind. I think of it as the lens through which emerging issues are framed. It communicates to staff and the public the board's values. It helps to set priorities and focuses the work of the department. And it also provides a framework to help define and track progress. And so, what does all that mean? I think as this slide highlights, it really helps to guide policy and planning. And that really dovetails, I think, nicely with the conversation that we're leading into tomorrow when we start looking at the board work plans, as we've referenced, I think, several times in the conversation here today. Next slide, please. So a quick overview at a high level, and then kind of moving through some of the history of the forestry program. I guess, my summary for this slide was just thinking towards a revision and what that might look like. Clearly, it could take a completely new form. It could add or exclude elements of the existing plan or program. But the elements that have been included in previous versions include a clear mission statement, statement of a set of values, a vision that is over a 20-year horizon, goals that the board wants to achieve. And in the last revision, it was decided that those would be organized over an 8-year period, objectives, and also some indicators to look at tracking progress. We go to the next slide. Yep. We're kind of diving into the history. The first FPFO came out in the late 70s, and that was, I think, really focused on concerns about timber supply. That was really the genesis and the content of the plan. And it was then later revised in the early 80s to include non-timber resources, and took a more complex view of forest management and included some elements of research and public input. And I think what you'll see as I kind of walk through this is a pretty clear evolution in the sophistication and the breadth of the plan. So moving to the next slide. In the early 90s, there was by my read, a pretty substantial revision, making the document more formal so that it included a clear mission, objective, and policy goals. And it was also the first time that the plan included multiple resource values. And then about 5 years later, it was revised again. And that revision included the addition of a vision and value statement, and also some expansion to include monitoring, adaptive management, ecosystem health, and sustainability. In the early 2000s, there was then another revision, and that added a new framework and set of goals that were rooted in the Montreal process for sustainable management of temperate and boreal forests. And that framework was used to develop 7 goals that were included. And additionally, some indicators as well were first added to help, again, to begin help measuring progress. That brings us up to the most current FPFO, which was last revised and adopted in 2011. And I want to spend a little bit more time on this slide. I think there's a lot going on here. And I'm also at the end of this going to pause to give John a chance to chime in case I'm missing something especially critical for the this particular version of it. But as the slide outlines, updated mission, vision, and values, it did retain that the Montreal framework, and really shifted from assessments of supply to maintaining a working forest landscape. I think maybe importantly, it added a substantial number of indicators related to sustainable management. And that's what the graphic here on the screen is outlining. It also put in that direction to update the plan every 8 years, and established the board work planning process to integrate, as the slide says, they integrate planning into decision making. It also included 7 key goals. And I don't know, John, do you think it makes sense to run through those, or? Yeah, might as well go for it. Okay. So I got those outlined in front of me here.
And you can, the board members can follow along from their packets. Those are listed, I think, in your the second attachment.
I think those might be the values, the value statements that are in the packet. Sorry, I can't see everybody in here, so I'm.
Okay. Are you going through goals A through G?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. So that's pages 3 and 4 of the second attachment. If folks want to follow along.
Great.
Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you. So since those are in front of you, I won't go into great detail, but we'll just read them off real quick. Promoting a fair legal system, effective and adequately funded government, leading edge research and education, and publicly supported environmental, economic, and social policies. Ensuring that Oregon's forests make a significant contribution towards meeting the nation's wood products needs and provide diverse social and economic outputs and benefits valued by the public in a fair, balanced, and efficient manner. Protect and improve the productive capacity of Oregon's forests. Protect and improve the physical and biological quality of the soil and water resources of Oregon's forests. Conserve diverse native plant and animal populations and protect and improve their habitats in Oregon's forests. Protect and improve the health and resiliency of Oregon's dynamic forest ecosystems, watersheds, and airsheds. Improve carbon sequestration and storage and reduced carbon emissions in Oregon's forests and forest products. So I did want to go through those just to highlight that the current FPFO is a quite robust document, as you're aware of if you've got your hands on it. And it's got some pretty expansive goals that are also lined up with a pretty extensive set of values as well. And I just think that's important context as we start to think about a revision. And we'll talk a little bit about the values at the end of the presentation, but I just want to pause, John, and see if you feel like I'm missing anything so far.
No, John DeCarzik, record. Absolutely not. You're hitting all the high points and all the high notes, and providing a good background and summary of where we've come from and where we are today, and laying out, you know, the groundwork for where we can go moving forward. So
great. Okay, thanks. So if we move on to the next slide, then we'll start, you know, looking forward a little bit. Thinking about the revision, as we've outlined here, there's opportunity, value, and need. So the FPFO provides, as I mentioned earlier, kind of circling back, some focus and guidance to board policy and deliberation. It provides direction and clarity to agency initiatives, work plans, and operations. And it directs and informs divisions. And I think importantly, provides license to do the work that we do here at the department. And those three statements to me, especially the last one, I think really highlight the importance of the document. I think also as we approach a revision process, it's important to know that it's going to be substantial in terms of commitment from the board, as well as across the department, all of our divisions. It's going to require a lot of time, not just talking among board members, but also engaging the public and our stakeholders. And there isn't, you know, any particular process. We've got to try to map that out and figure that out. And that's part of what I'm hoping to learn a little bit today, so that we can take that away and think about that and bring it back to you. By way of a timeline, we're planning an information session at the March 2022 board meeting, where we can provide maybe a little bit more of a detailed overview, scope, format, process, as it says here on the slide. We've got time on the calendar for a workshop in April, and would hope all of that leads to kind of a formal decision at the April 22 board meeting around the scope and the process going forward for that revision. So with that in mind, I think the concluding slide here to hopefully lead into some of the facilitated discussion that is to follow. Some things to think about is the current framework that's in there around the 2011 Montreal process, something that you all want to keep in there and continue with. Are we interested in shifting focus towards perhaps the climate smart forestry lens? I think there's also some clear connection with other efforts like the 20-year shared stewardship strategic plan that we're going to be working on here over the next biennium. And I'm sure we can come up with a lot of other intersections as well. And I've heard those in the conversation today. Thinking about the mission statement that's identified in the current version of the FPFO. Leading Oregon in implementing policies and programs that promote sustainable management of Oregon's public and private forests. And then I think most importantly for the conversation to follow here, those values that are identified in the current version, and whether you all are interested in working with those, changing them. I've got the current version in front of me right here. We have kind of a high level overview of those values on this slide. And And I think I'm going to pause short of going through and trying to describe all of them. If you look in the current plan, there's some pretty significant and weighty text associated with each of these values. And I suspect that's something you all might want to discuss more in the conversation to follow. So I'm going to stop there, and hopefully, Robin, that helps to tee up some conversation.
Thanks, Ryan. And just a quick question back around what I hear are sort of 3 questions that you are hoping the board will discuss. One is around the current framework of the Montreal process. What about the mission? What's the question there? Or is it just, is this still current? Does it need to be modernized? Is there a particular question within that you'd like to explore with the board?
Well, I think that, that is the question, right? Moving forward with a lot of these elements. I just think for context, it's important to have that up there. My understanding for today is that we're really interested in diving into the values. And I think that has a nice nexus with the conversation that we had this morning.
Great.
And so that's the conversation I'm looking forward to.
Wonderful. Thank you. All right. Anything, John, to add?
No, nothing to add from what Ryan said, and agreed relative to the desire relative to the conversation, hopefully that we can take place here relative to these values, and getting some sort of an assessment of how these fit with where the board is today, and how they might project out into the next iteration through a revision, and to a degree this framework and construct, recognizing that the Montreal process is what guided the last 2, but certainly things have shifted and evolved, and a question of whether or not that is something that maintains its currency, or whether instead looking at perhaps through a climate smart forestry lens, as we have in the climate change carbon plan, would be a functional construct for building that next iteration through and that revision. Recognizing that those elements there and the background behind climate smart forestry from all the different spaces, it could be a useful construct for building off this next revision. On the legs of adaptation, mitigation, and those broader social dimensions.
Okay.
This is really awkward because we can't see anything.
Yeah, I know.
We're sitting in a large room talking to a screen.
I'm mostly looking to Ryan for confirmation is being received.
We see you as a couple dots on the little square, but your voice is coming in loud and clear, which is good. Okay, so let's stop screen share for just a moment. And, this is an open conversation for the board, wherever you want to go with this. But I think really wanting to get some sense of direction on yes, and if so, if so, how extensive do you feel that this revision is needed? And then we can kind of go into some of the particulars around where you see a refresh might be particularly valuable. So let's just start with that general question of, do the board members, I know that you've had iterative conversations around this, and I honestly don't know if there's been some particular tracking of this, but I think this is an important moment to send some signal to the department about where you want to go with this. So I'll start with that. Anybody want to lead out? I know, Jim, you had some opening comments even about this FPFO update. So maybe we'll start with you.
Sure. Well, I very much support that we do this. It will really essentially, by the time we're done, be 12 years. And so I think the time is right. And as I look at the document, so much has changed as that climate change has become a reality. So I think generally, as I understand it, support approaching it with that lens. And I think we'll really start developing a list probably of the kinds of things that that this current plan is not addressing. You know, with climate change and with our fire reality, these values don't even recognize the side of what we deal with where our forests are a threat. And by that, I mean, you know, where they are literally a threat to life, to public health with smoke, with communities burning up, and then with wildfires, further effects just in terms of cost and taxpayers, and to fight fires, and then all of the effects afterwards, all of those costs and all of the indirect costs where other industries and parts of the economy are affected, obviously, tourism. And so, you know, we I think years ago always talked about the forest as a resource for conservation, a resource for timber, and I think we still want to talk about them as a resource, but I think we need to recognize and bring into these values that we are also needing to deal with this other side of the coin. So that's just one idea to as just one starting point, and I'll let others go for a while.
Jim, I would just really add to that. When I read this, it feels very aspirational. I've been going through certified organic and certified sustainable audits since the early 90s. And you have aspirational standards, but then you have a reality checkup of where you really are. And I feel like this reads very, you know, this would be great if we were here, but it's not where we are. And so wildfire or fire isn't mentioned in here at all. And yet we've burned like, you know, 1 in 10 acres of our forest land in Oregon. And as Jim said, you know, you think about the wildlife loss and carbon loss and wood loss and just the economic value and damage to ecosystems and water quality. This isn't, I'd like to see something far more measurable. And where are we? And so we can really measure, other than just documenting our aspirational goals every 10 years. I would like to see this more measurable and attainable, and especially in light with the U.S. Forest Service scientists telling us we have 3 to 4 times this amount of fire over the next 30 years. We are really in a different time zone. So Jim, I agree with what you said, and I feel like this needs to be a little different working document maybe than it's been.
Brenda.
Yeah, two points I think I'd like to make. One is to John's point about the Montreal process and indicators structure as it exists now versus maybe taking it more toward a carbon climate smart approach. It's goal G does include carbon sequestration, storage, and reduction of carbon emissions in the current plan, but as one goal. And rather, I think we need to think of climate change as the constraint on all other goals and values. If we do not address that, then the ability to meet our goals in the future, it becomes moot. And we aren't going to do it alone. I understand that. But I think we need to make a concerted effort toward contributing to that. The other is, Carl, I apologize if this is going to sound like being somewhat confrontational. It's not my intention. But I'd encourage people to take a look at the U.S. Forest Service's research work on fire, particularly Paul Hesberg's work, which indicates that the fires that we're seeing now are the product of extreme weather events that are more likely to occur under current climate change conditions. But they're also due to the fact that we have kept fire out of these systems for so long. And that to some degree, in some settings, in some parts of the state, not all, the systems are resetting themselves. And I think we need to take it, just be aware that fires are going to occur, and we need to learn to incorporate those in our planning processes, in our management, and our goals for all forest resources, not just timber.
You know, I don't feel like that's controversial at all. Paul Hesburgh is the one that came to the Wildfire Council and told us, he's the one that told us to plan on 3 to 4 times this level of wildfire. But
Yes.
he's also the one that recommended, you know, the substantial thinning and forest mitigation work. I think very highly of him as a scientist.
Yeah,
and,
Carla,
it would be valuable for us to listen to.
It would, and I'd encourage bringing Paul in as well. Paul and I have collaborated on several peer-reviewed papers, and so the work that he's describing regarding fuels reduction and thinning is applicable to some forest types and not necessarily applicable to others.
Yep, that's right.
This is Ben. I'm really excited about this conversation and look forward to working on this. Sort of in response to Ryan's initial question of what needs to be addressed, I think we need to look at our mission. I know that's a big lift, but I think that sort of sets the tone for everything else. And I would agree with Carla that I think we need to sort of restructure this document. I think it does need to, there's a balance of wanting to have it measurable and precise, but at the same time really be a visioning document. And so I think it needs to be grounded in reality of where we are, but I think it needs to have some high level aspirational goals that are achievable and measurable. And I struggle with this A through G goal list of a whole bunch of goals just sort of listed out there. And when I think of the forest ecosystems in Oregon, some goals take more precedent than others, I feel like. And precedent might not be the right word, but there's a lot of things we ask of our forests. And none of those, sort of following on what Brenda said, none of those are attainable if some sort of fundamental truths aren't met. And I would put forest ecosystem health and resilience at the top of that pyramid. Without a healthy ecosystem, we're not going to have good timber production. We're not going to have good carbon sequestration. We're not going to have good water. We're not going to have all of the benefits, all of those other goals that we're looking for. I think they all follow from an overarching look at health and resilience. And I think from my perspective, looking at this document, I think we need to figure out what that overarching goal is, build that into our mission as sort of a primary goal, and everything else would sort of flow from that. Perhaps that's too simplistic, but that's sort of the way as I look at this document and the way I would like to modify it going forward, it would be along those lines.
And I just have to say, I really appreciate your comments. And, you know, I tend to think of things in flowchart mode for some reason. And at the very top of my flowchart right here, it says healthy and resilient forests. And so like exactly what you were saying. And next to that, it says that, you know, climate change jeopardizes our ability to meet all of our objectives, right? Whether that's environmental, economic, social. And so that is the thread that threatens basically everybody who operates in this space. And so it should be a galvanizing tool for us, right? To want to think about how we achieve our objectives in light of that. And so I think I completely support looking at the forestry program for Oregon through that lens, and also through the goal of simplifying what we're doing. You know, that first document, 76 pages, you've got about 6 components in each goal. Like I can't even follow it half the time. Like I'm not actually sure what you're talking about. And so like which things you would actually track to meet all of those different components in a goal. Like I think it should be that anyone could pick up this document and understand, right, what we're trying to do and how we're prioritizing our work. And so if we have to simplify that down, I understand these are complex concepts, but I think we should make an attempt to make a document that's a little bit more user-friendly and clear. And I kind of see it as, identifying objectives that are trying to protect and enhance our ability, right, of the forests to adapt and mitigate climate change effects and for the preservation of all these different values. And then I kind of see us needing to identify where the risks are and where are each area is vulnerable, right? Like, so kind of a little risk matrix, if you will. And then do we have the right institutions / tools to really help address those risks, right? And then if we don't, we can identify what those might be, and if we do, then we should prioritize what we're doing in kind of terms of an implementation roadmap, right? That guides our board work. And then I think there's a really important piece of this that is that monitoring and effectiveness, right? That Carla, you were talking about in terms of how are we tracking these things and how are we communicating to all these different audiences that we're achieving these goals. And I don't really know how well this plan has worked to date. When I looked at it before, it said, I think we're supposed to be assessing every 2 years, how it's going. And there's some language about, this continual assessment. And we had those 19 indicators. And did that convey information to folks? Could any of our stakeholders tell us how well we're doing at achieving the things that we set out to do with that plan? And maybe they do. I'd be interested to know, but it seems a little bit convoluted. And some of the indicators I know they're trying to be trends, but they're a little bit general and frankly fall out of the expertise of the department to really be able to provide that information on some of these indicators. So I think we also have to think about, in terms of tracking, monitoring, and progress, like what's appropriate for the department to be tracking and bringing back information to us on, and then where do we need outside parties that have information that we should be tracking. So sorry, that was a little bit more long-winded, but I really appreciate what everyone has said, and I think we're all heading in the same direction, it sounds like.
I really like the way, Ben, that you described it as the core being forest health, and basically you were following up on that, Chandra, and that just felt really right to me. I was just kind of looking here and talking about the troubles with this current document, and I've just got to read Goal A aloud. Promote a fair legal system, effective and adequately funded government, leading age research and education, and publicly supported environmental, economic, and social policies. I am so dazed and confused when I read that, and just, can we promise ourselves we will have nothing like that at the end of our process? I mean,
Brenda's a thumbs up.
That's the one I was talking about.
Okay, Brenda.
I thought I was being remarkably slow because I didn't know what our role had to do with a fair legal system at all. So if somebody could explain that, I would just eliminate that goal. I don't get that.
And I was wondering, are they getting it just like fair informed decision making? Like, we'll consider information, and there just seems like there could be a much cleaner way to say that. Oh, Brenda, maybe you know more.
No, I don't. Well, I just, since I think I'm probably the oldest board member who's been around the longest. And so a lot of these come right out of the Montreal process and indicators. And so there is a history here that got us to a lot of those things, which may or may not be relevant. And I don't think they're particularly the most pertinent things for us to deal with at the moment. I really like Ben's approach of focusing in on forest health, but I think it's really important this fall to come to agreement on what forest health means: a functional ecosystem that includes fire, dead wood, many tree species, trees that are dying, trees that are growing, all of the mycorrhizal processes that drive the system, and extends far beyond whether or not there are insects eating trees or pathogens killing trees. And so if we're going to come to agreement on forest health being the primary thing that we're concerned with, and then all of these other factors forest health means in terms of a goal.
Seeing some head nodding there. Okay.
And maybe I'll just follow up since there's a ominous level of silence here. So the term forest health is widely used. The Forest Service uses it all the time. And, we have forest health specialists at OSU. But the reason I raise this issue about coming to agreement on what forest health is that we oftentimes think about forests being healthy in the same way as we think about humans being healthy. That, we aren't sick. We don't have a disease. We're not dying. We're not, don't have a high level of morbidity. But in fact, a healthy forest ecosystem has all of those things. And so I just want to be maybe pushing too hard to be sure that we can all come to some level of agreement about what we mean here. Sorry.
And I completely agree with you on that. And I think that's a key piece of the simplicity, although also is making sure that we have a shared understanding behind whatever we do. It's intended to be, I think, a little bit more readable for folks and understandable. But I think it starts with making sure that we all have the same understanding. And I like the idea in the goal too of having the term resilience, because I think it's healthy, but it healthy forests, but also forests where we're thinking about their ability to adapt for all of the different values, especially with climate change. And I'm wondering if, and I know I guess we don't need to necessarily wordsmith right now, but I guess I just throw that out there that I like the healthy and resilient ecosystems and forests, which I think is kind of what you said too, or what you said, Ben, right?
Yeah, and I mean, following on Brenda makes a good point, and I threw out the word forest health, the term forest health, without knowing the larger context of that term. But for me, I guess it's the ability for that ecosystem to persist. And I think that's where the resilience comes in. And there's a lot of different ecosystem types. But my goal, and I think all of our goals, is we want that tree cover, whatever it is, to persist and to be there well into the future. And we need all of the things that I think of that comes with a healthy forest ecosystem to be included in that in order for it to have the ability to persist, so that we can continue to realize all of the myriad benefits listed in all those other goals that the forest offers.
I'm going to just check in real quick with Joe. He was having some technical issues, and I don't know, Joe, if you can't speak, maybe you could put in the chat any thoughts that you're having about this.
Yeah, thanks. My video is getting really jerky and stuff. Can't hear a whole lot, but I don't have a lot more to add. I think I agree with Jim. I think it'd be healthy for this body to launch into a rewrite of this document, certainly with a new board. I think that would be a very constructive exercise for this. And obviously there's things that needs certainly related to fire and the forest health issues that we're facing in Oregon. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and leave my video off. I seem to can hear better without it. So I apologize for that.
Thanks, Joe. We can hear you, just so you know. Jim, were you going to jump back in?
Oh, I was just going to say, kind of following up with what some of the things that Brenda was saying, just looking at goal F, which is the closest forest health.
Jim, we're having a hard time
Control
hearing
the-
you. You're breaking up.
Yeah. Okay. We'll come back to you. You're kind of frozen and I don't think we caught that last comment.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Carla.
I have a clarifying question that's not clear to me. As we look at this document, I assume we're looking at all forests in Oregon, not just state forests. I want to make sure I understand that. And if we looked at a definition, of forest health for U.S. Forest Service acres in Oregon, state of Oregon forests and private forests, I would be interested in the differences and the commonalities, because that's not entirely clear to me. Think about this document.
Why don't we ask the department folks, do you have a clear answer for Carla on the focus of this? Is it all forests, state forests? What's the focus?
Yeah, so the focus, hopefully you can hear me, the focus would be on all forests in Oregon. And I think there's a lot to be discussed around the question about how we define healthy and resilient forests. And I think you've raised a really good point about how that looks different in different places and in different ownerships in particular. I'm pretty familiar with the non-industrial private forest landowner base. It's where I've done most of my work here at ODF, and those folks all have different goals, values, and objectives.
Yeah.
And that really factors into that definition of healthy and resilient forests.
Yeah. That would be really helpful to me personally, to just have a broader understanding of that. Even if we look at USDA or US Forest Service versus, our own state forests. And I'm sure there's differing definitions among the privates, but I would be very interested in seeing some of the similarities and some of the differences, knowing that definition will vary. Soil health for us varies greatly by different soil types and soils that we're on. So I know, as Brenda was talking about, there's that differentiation. And I get that, but as we're thinking about a visioning statement, it would help me think about this document if I had better clarity on the similarities and differences of definition of soil or of forest health as they're thinking about it today.
That raises a question for me. And I thank you, Carla, for asking that question. And I guess for me, focusing on the forest that the department has policy control over seems to be really prudent. I feel like it's probably worth referencing the federal and tribal and other ownership forests in this document, but we have practically zero control over those acres. And I guess I would wonder, to what length do we go to include all of those forests and wrestle with what practices should look like on those forests, when what's in front of us really is a subset of the forested acres in Oregon that we do have control over. And I guess, I'm curious for some more clarity on sort of how we think about those different ownership classes, the ones we do control and the ones we don't control.
Yeah, Ben, I'd like to add on to that a little bit too. Beyond just the control, I think it's also a question of where we have any levers of influence, right? So in the context of federal lands, if we have this shared stewardship agreement, we have this 20-year plan that but the department is creating, there is an opportunity to talk about shared priorities and goals and prioritization of certain sorts of management actions that might happen on federal land. And so I think it's like we have our sphere of regulatory / cooperative engagement that's directly under the control. And then we have like the sphere of influence. And then there's this whole other category that's probably like things that are necessary to achieve the broader objectives we have, but that we maybe don't have that much influence or direct control over. And then do we still articulate those too? So I guess that'd be my question.
Yeah, great question. I don't know that I like the way you present that as a sort of widening spheres.
Well, we certainly fight all the fires on all of them. So it's well, from that point of view, and we finance them. So from that point of view, it's really, you know, valuable what influence we can have. But I think it's important to recognize what are we really talking about and what ownership class.
I might just jump in real quick if I can. I really like that articulation of kind of those levers of influence. And so certainly it runs a spectrum, right? From land that we may directly manage ourselves to lands where we're involved in a policy discussion with our partners, or someplace in the middle where we can offer programs or partner with other agencies to offer programs to assist landowners. And in so doing, have some level of influence over the management strategies that they might pursue. And so I think it's important to maintain that kind of holistic all lands approach or all lands look at forests in Oregon and have that represented in this document with the understanding of those different levels of influence. That's what's kind of coming together in my head. And I see Nancy's got her hand up. She probably has something more insightful.
No, not at all. And you just said certainly a point that I wanted to emphasize. And, you know, it's really, when it comes to forestry, I think not losing sight of all forest lands in Oregon. I think there's been a lot of value over the years for the board understanding the different types of forest in Oregon, the different, you know, policy constraints by different ownerships. And, you know, much of what we do doesn't have any boundaries. You know, we're certainly operating today in an all lands, all hands approach. And, you know, I would take it back to some degree. It's that distinction between, you know, what you might focus on and deliver on more quickly might be where you have that direct jurisdictional, you know, decision-making authority. But relative to I think the statutory, you know, authority for the board, where there's this nexus to really forest policy on all lands in Oregon, all forest lands, that I would certainly encourage you not to, you know, lose sight of that, because this board has historically had significant influence and recognizes that interdependence in Oregon, you know, for really there to really provide sustainable forestry across the lands. I think you have to understand and you have to know what's going on across, you know, the boundary besides, you know, state forests. And I know you all get that. So that's where I leave it.
Okay. Go ahead, Brenda.
Yeah, to that point, you know, it got me thinking. If we do shift to more of the climate smart forestry focus, climate change is going to have an effect on achieving goals across all ownerships. And even though the goals may be different from one ownership to another, the stresses placed on forests from outcome of events from climate change are going to constrain our ability to meet goals. And so, you know, from that standpoint, I don't have a problem at all. I think it's wise to look at all forests in Oregon within the scope of this forestry plan for Oregon. But I do really like Chandra's approach to these different levels of influence that we have, recognizing that if we're going to take on climate smart forestry as a focus, then let's just hope that the Forest Service, the BLM, the Fish and Wildlife Service, and others do the same thing. So I hope Nancy's right. I hope that we have some influence on where this heads.
Great.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I appreciate you putting that all in perspective. And that makes a lot of sense.
Okay, Jim had to reboot, so he's going to be a little bit behind the rest of us when he comes back on. So, I can recap, or if any of the board members are willing to step up and give him a little update. But here's what I've heard so far about this update. Yes, it's needed. Yes, you're willing to lean in and do it. So that revision is something that your current board is willing to take on. And sees the need and real value in doing that. There's a question mark around the Montreal process, but what I'm hearing right now is that there are, if you were to recenter around healthy and resilient ecosystems and forests, from which all the other goals sort of flow or relate, as well as recognizing climate change as a common stressor and constraint across all of these things. Does that say that the Montreal process doesn't work, that you need to shift, and somebody who has a lot more substantive wherewithal around that should tell us? Brenda.
Well, I don't think we should throw the baby out with the bathwater, to use a very old phrase. I think there's some good goals and some good pieces to the Montreal process and indicators. And so I wouldn't toss the whole thing out entirely, but I do think, there are some things that really are not as pertinent now as maybe they once were.
Okay. Different view for different forests, but really looking at all forest approach represented in the document, and the levers of influence, and really sort of recognizing those as you go through your different goals and prioritized actions, to show the interdependence, but also to kind of show the different spheres of influence. Okay, Jim has re-entered by phone. Welcome back, Jim.
Thank you. I seem to have my internet completely down, so.
Oh, bummer. I'm going to pause. I was just starting to recap what I've heard so far, but I'll pause for a moment because I know you were actually trying to get a comment in that we didn't catch the last time you were speaking. It just broke up too badly.
I don't even remember what I was saying.
Well, let me.
So don't worry about me.
All right, let me do the recap, and if there's anything else we need to add to this before we shift to a look at the values in this current version. So kind of centering, it seemed like there was some general alignment of the board around recentering around healthy and resilient ecosystems and forests as kind of the main overarching goal from which all the other goals would then flow or relate. Recognizing climate change as a common stressor and constraint. So it's not a goal, it's an impact across all of it. That the Montreal process, some of the goals are still good and some of the indicators could still be really valuable, but there's kind of a need to shift maybe away from the purity of using that particular framework, because there are these things that I just noted that were reflected in your conversation. A suggestion to look at, of course, all forests, but that you also recognize the different levers of influence, and that really kind of impacts the strategies and work that flows from there. So your jurisdiction around state forests is going to look different than private or federal forests, for example. Restructuring the whole thing to make it simpler and more accessible, if possible, and understandable. One suggestion that it will be important to revisit and possibly update the mission. That it should be both aspirational, as it's sort of considered right now, it looks very aspirational, and it should be grounded in reality. And that fire isn't currently figured in here. So that'll be an important piece of all of this, and lots of conversation around that I won't go into detail and reflection. Was there anything else that
add one thing, Robin.
Yeah.
In addition to the aspirational and in reality, in 10 to 12 years, when the next board really looks at this, rather than just, viewing an aspirational document, hopefully we will have made some measurable progress. And so in addition to where we are in reality, just our ability to track or measure in a 10 to 12 year period, are these just words, or is there a way to, make this a more measurable document?
If I could, Carla, that's a great suggestion. I really appreciate that. And I'm wondering if, as we step down from the overall goal and the constraints on meeting that goal, when we get to objectives, we should try to be as quantifiable as possible so that we can hold ourselves accountable to meeting those objectives.
And then Chandra, I know you had a lot of suggestions within your suggestion. I don't know if there's anything kind of more specific that I didn't reflect back.
I think you did a pretty good job of capturing all of that. I guess just getting to the objectives point again, I'd be interested, as we start articulating those, to understand to what extent we're identifying objectives that just we expect the board and department to be able to meet, or are there objectives that also require some other sorts of engagement from other partners? And then do we have a way of tracking those? And I say that just, like I'm looking at some of the indicators that were on the current FPFO, and it's, making progress at meeting water quality standards, for instance, how those are trending, and that's kind of DEQ's regulatory space. And there's a lot of other factors at play with water quality as well. But, so to the extent that we're trying to track certain indicators or how those are going to tie into specific objectives for ourselves, because those will be components of a healthy ecosystem overarching goal, right? So anyway, I guess it's just getting at that, thinking thoughtfully about the different actors that might have responsibilities, and how closely that we'll coordinate or tie to them in crafting objectives and measuring progress.
Right. Okay. Okay, so
Robin, can I just jump in with one more thing real quick on that I picked out? Somebody said, anyone who picks up the document understands what we do and how we prioritize. I think I wrote that down. I think somebody said that. And I just really like that simple guiding statement for helping us to think about the structure and how we present the information. There was a reason that I painstakingly read all those goals. So anyway, I just wanted to make sure we got that captured too, because I think that's a really nice lens to think about this.
Great. Thank you. Okay. All right. So Ryan and John, do you feel like you have enough to go on to take this to the next step? We're going to talk about values in a moment, but I just want to make sure, like, from a direction and guidance to the department.
Yeah, we're just looking at each other here and nodding. I think that was a really great conversation, and I've got some good tips. And I think we've got a good starting place to at least knock together a framework and come back with something a little bit more tangible that we can all talk about. So thank you.
Jim, did you want to say something?
No, not particular.
Okay.
I don't think so. Not.
Saw your icon light up there, so I just wanted to make sure we didn't miss you.
Oh. No.
And then Joe, are you good? We also had to go off video, so.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good, Robin. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So if you can focus a little bit longer. We'll take a little bit of time to just zoom in to Zoom. Are we sick of Zoom? I'm just almost like that word almost, sometimes repulses me these days. I'll be honest, but let's take a look at, and if I could ask you to pull up from your materials, your packet, in that attachment to, you've got some of the text from the current 2011 version, and on page 2 is that set of values. So I'm just going to ask us, and I know that some of the board members who have been on the board for more than the last 6 months, you have periodically dropped into this conversation, and I've been with you for some of those, and we haven't done a real deep dive on that. So for today, it's really about, the primary question I want to ask you is, as you look through these, are they reflective of and reflected in your current board policies, department initiatives, public values? Are they reflective of current and where you're headed? And really, generally, is this section going to need a refresh or potentially a major revision? So it's sort of like, what is missing? What really needs to be refreshed, and maybe what's no longer relevant, if there's anything in there that just doesn't strike you as relevant anymore. And I'll pause and just give folks a minute or two to actually look through these in case you didn't do that ahead of time.
Well, I had a couple, I think they tend to be sort of variations on what's there. And it's along the lines of what I had brought up before in terms of the new fire reality, and in looking at forests as not just a resource but a threat. So number 7, forests that contribute to the quality of life. It does some update that recognizes that we also value our forests, minimizing the threat that our forests can provide us. So that would be one area. I also noticed in number 8 that talks about healthy rural Oregon. There's nothing wrong with that, but we are having, again, the forests represent a health threat to all of the state, and it seems like that should be in here at this point, as well as the economic threat. So it's just some variations that I can see on a couple of these. I certainly agree with the first one that we do need to be looking at all of this in a global context.
Okay. Do folks actually need a break? Just let me check in on that real quick. We've been here for about an hour, but I just want to make sure if people need a break, you let me know.
This is Ben. I'm here. Unfortunately, I let Jim know this. I'm going to have to bow out in about 10 minutes. I had something else come up, so I'm 100% engaged until then.
Why don't we just keep going until then, at least then? Okay, thank you. All right, Brenda.
Robin, one thing that was interesting.
Number 4, the active management one, I think could probably use a little bit of wordsmithing. As it's written, it's broad enough to encompass just about everything, but I think it could be easily misinterpreted as well. So it's one that I think I'd like to see us revisit. I'm sorry, Carla.
That's okay. Two points. I went back to the administrative orientation package, and in that packet, under the board role, it refers to this program on page 2, and it says this is a 20-year document. So I think we need to revise, because now it's a 10-year document, it looks like. So we need to make sure it's consistent. But I like the wording in that, the forestry program for Oregon. So I wanted to be sure we looked back at that. I also think a value here in light of fire, and having burned 7 communities last year in rural towns, it should be a value that as part of our, that we really recognize and are concerned about all of our communities in rural and urban, and the safety of our populations.
Just a point of clarification on that, Carla. What was the 20-year interval you were referring to?
Yeah, so in the our orientation packet, under the board role, under the Oregon Board of Forestry primer, it refers to this forestry program for Oregon as a strategic plan adopted by the Board of Forestry and a method to strengthen the board's ability to be an effective governing and policymaking body for the sustainability of Oregon's public and private forests. So it refers to all forests, but they refer to it in the forestry program of Oregon includes the board's mission, value statements, and 20-year vision. So it's referring to this document as a 20-year vision statement, and yet we have it on a 10-year rewrite. So I don't know which is correct. I just think one of them's wrong. And maybe somebody has more information than me on that, but.
Brenda?
Yeah, just a quick response, Carla. I mean, we certainly could align those two, but I don't think they're necessarily incompatible. In fact, a 20-year vision may not be sufficient when we think about the effects of climate change on our ability to meet goals in the future. But I do think we should be revisiting this at least every 10 years to be sure that, as you point out, we can hold ourselves accountable and that we're on track.
And maybe if we look at it that way and we differentiate those two, I'd probably go out farther than 20 years.
Yeah, I would too. I agree.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm really okay with that. It just didn't quite make sense how we have this set up.
Nancy.
Yeah, I think John Takarzik or somebody else might be able to correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that the board, I think that as you rewrite, refresh, redo this, that there isn't anything that's going to constrain you in statute or rule around the time factor here on the horizon that you want to speak to. I think this was a document that came about, when it did for the board to really represent the leadership of forest in Oregon. And so I think just wanted you to know that whether it was 2010 or 50, I think it's really about what and how you want to express it.
I'll just jump in and reaffirm what Nancy just pointed out. And that's absolutely correct. This is as was pointed out in the iterative history going back to 1977 when it first started. There's been a transition over time, as it both in terms of how it was revisited and the extent to which it was revisited, and so in that last iteration, there was, or maybe it was 2003, but there was the intention. It was 2003, an intention to revisit it at an 8-year interval. To assess compatibility, to assess a change in priorities in the landscape. And so in this circumstance, we're outside of that prescribed time frame, but it's really at the board's discretion as to what that interval of revisiting looks like. And to that extent, what the focus of the document is has been discussed here. And then as far as that vision statement, it's not by any requirement that it has to be 20 years. It could be as referred to 40, 100, or whatever the board dictates. So certainly wide open as this revision process is reinitiated.
I have just a quick bit more suggestion for something that I'd like to see in there as a philosophy. And I think it gets to the language that's been used a few times in our dialogue today, and actually is in, I think, Kitzhaber's, Dr. Kitzhaber's document around intellectual honesty and the use of objective science, and how that's an important piece of decision making. And I think maybe it is in the around informed public participation, but that bullet also gets to decision making and what our philosophy is as it relates to the information that we're going to be utilizing to make decisions. And I think that could be a good thing to identify as a philosophy.
Great.
Great. Okay, I've got a few things I wanted to bring up as I keep looking at these values. And one has to do with what Brenda brought up in terms of active management. I'm somebody who actually, believes that we do need to actively manage our forest. But the problem is that term has become rather loaded, and the term is now commonly interpreted by a lot of folks to be managing for timber and timber pretty solely. So I think we might want to think about trying to not use that term, but still support actively managing for the different resources that our forests provide. So that was one thing I'm going to suggest. The other thing that I object to the tone to some of these. That there's a tone that the public needs to support private timber owners, and also that the private timber owners are essentially a persecuted class. Number 9, part of it says private forest owners play unique and valuable roles in Oregon's forest landscape, and their continued vitality must be assured in the face of threats by development, inequitable regulation, reduced technical and financial assistance, and economic challenges. I don't really buy that anyhow, I struggle with the tone here on a little bit, that the public has this responsibility to support them and that they are a persecuted class. I would like to see that tone change somewhat.
Hey, Jim, I wonder if we could link back to the language we had kind of talked about, different constraints and tools being available dependent on the ownership class, and that, we're committed to, understanding the differences and exploring the, different mechanisms available to achieve goals, dependent on class, or something that gets at that point a little bit more. Because I think there's an acknowledgement there of the differences.
Right.
And then I also had a quick question on the active management, and this, apologies, maybe the definition that's in there supports this, but is it assumed that active management is always necessary, for all? Because we are talking about all Oregon's forests. Do they all have to be actively managed?
Yeah, thank you, Chandra. That was my kind of the basis for my concern I expressed earlier. And, doing nothing is a management decision. And in some cases, that's the appropriate management decision. And forcing management into a situation like that may not be consistent with achieving your goals, depending upon who the landowner is. So, and Jim makes the point about it, being misconstrued as aligned with timber management, which I also have heard. So I think we need to rethink that whole area. Thank you for that.
Nice. I would support that too.
Brenda, thank
Just Ben.
Brenda, thank
Ben
you
has
for
to
that.
go.
'Cause I had, oh, okay.
Saying goodbye to Ben, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for being here today.
Bye, Ben.
Bye,
Bye,
Ben.
Ben.
All right, go ahead, Jim. Sorry about that.
Oh, I just wanted to say that I had noted that earlier that we spoke to active management of all forests, and I had meant to bring that up. So thank you, Brenda, because we do have wilderness in the state, and we all agree that there's an appropriate role for within our forests to have some that are, quote, not managed. That's we're not very involved in that, but that we shouldn't have a statement that conflicts with that in our values.
My sense is we need a statement that recognizes both. And I think it would be really valuable to listen to Paul Hesberg, because I think we've got some forests that need more management and some forests like the wilderness that are not actively managed. But we need to recognize, in the differentiation of both. The private forests are going to be actively managed. And so there's really different levels of management depending on what the objective of that particular forest is, or block. So I think it's a recognition of what level of management, we're talking about.
Yeah, I'd agree, Carla. I think that, active management or passive management, if you would, not actually cutting trees, has a role on all forest land ownerships. So if we think about riparian reserves as a way of maintaining water quality standards, in some cases you might manage those, but in many cases you might not. You might just let them be. There is a distinction that occurs between active and passive management that I think is applicable to a greater or lesser degree on a variety of land ownerships.
Yep.
I just want to say one more thing. Today's conversation has been great. We've really dug into some good stuff here. This could be fun.
It's easy to talk about it on paper, Brenda.
Well, I think with that comment, it does sound like there's interest and need to do some updating of these values. That'll be a piece of the revision. I've taken some notes recognizing that this is all just a beginning food for thought. So I'll pass those along to Ryan and John, who will be continuing to lead this effort. And it sounds like, John, can you remind us again, Ryan, when you'll be coming back to the group?
If memory serves, and I'm looking at John and Hillary here, if memory serves, I think we'll be back in March with an initial continued discussion with initial framework, followed by a workshop in April for a little bit more focused conversation like this, with a decision point at the end of the board meeting at the end of the month in April, something like in that realm.
Okay. So, and we'll talk a little bit more tomorrow about how this fits within your overall body of work. Any last comments about anything around the need or desires around updating this FPFO?
Just want to say one thing as I start thinking about the revision here. As you read the document and you go through, read the mission, but then you get into the values and the goals, and as you get through the whole document, it ends up, because they go deep in each of those areas, and in each of those areas, it ends up with a whole lot of repetition. And so I'm really hoping we can structure it in a way that doesn't involve so much repetition. And again, going back to this goal of having it with certainly versions of it that are very short, and having it something that is actually useful to the people running the department and the people under them.
Okay, so let's go into our closing thoughts for day one, and we'll tee you up for what's to come for tomorrow. So let me just turn it over to Nancy.
Sure. Do I need to tee up, or do I need to just give a reflection here?
Yeah, reflections if you would.
Well, I got it down to one single word, And that word that resonates with me after listening to the board's retreat is ownership. And I'm not talking about forest ownership, which we just talked a lot about. I'm talking about the board as individuals truly demonstrating ownership of the leadership role they have, and that they're demonstrating here in the discussions and in the engagement and the level of commitment that they bring to Oregon right now.
Always pithy, Nancy. Thank you. Let's just do a go around because we have time. So if you were to encapsulate where you're at right now in your body, in your mind, and your thinking, what would that be? And I'll just go around to the board members as I see you on the screen. So I'll start with Carla.
Okay. Well, I'm just looking through my notes. I take lots of notes, and some things I really liked today. I liked our discussion on the boardroom, and the accountability, measurable outcomes, trust and openness, intellectual honesty, strong communication, trying to get the best, thinking throughout the room, leadership and listening, no personal attacks or surprises, bringing outside leaders in that we want to hear from. I think we had 3 or 4 examples of that today. I think that's very healthy, and really work towards solutions with a different conversation of, eliminating the 40-year traditional timber wars. I really like the discussion of bringing Dr. Kitzhaber in and having him really talk to us about this white paper with Sustainable Northwest. And I liked our discussion regarding the trust counties and a better relationship with those counties, and how we might, move forward on that, and looking at how our forestry policies have financially impacted at the federal and the state level, those counties. I liked our discussion this afternoon with regard to, this forestry program for Oregon. And I think we have the ability as a board to really tackle tough issues and not make them personal, and really try and work through tough conversations and move forward. So I think day one was a great day.
All right, Brenda.
Thank you, Robin. Yeah, I thought it was a great day too. I think that this should be fun. It's going to be hard. There are going to be some difficult conversations and some challenges along the way. Certainly some different perspectives on how the world works, but that's okay. I appreciate these sorts of efforts, and the big picture, looking at the big picture and how we can move forward in a way that addresses some of the major challenges and stressors driving forest change over multiple land ownerships, but then holding ourselves accountable with measurable outcomes, as Carla just mentioned. I also appreciate Chandra's point that she's made not only today, but previously too, in appreciating kind of the visual understanding of what's going on. I think she mentioned flowcharts. I love flowcharts. So, John and Ryan, if you can come up with a flowchart, that would be awesome. So keep it fun, lots of flowcharts, and take on the big picture, but hold everybody accountable. Cool.
Fun with flowcharts. Got it. Chandra.
Well, I will echo pretty much what everybody has said, Carla and Brenda, and I do love flowcharts, and I'm happy to share my sketch that I've made today, a flowchart idea just for consideration. But this has been a great meeting, and I will just be echoing pretty much what everyone has said. But I really liked the conversation around intellectual honesty, right? And having some objective information that's feeding our deliberations, seeking outside support where required, and getting diverse perspectives and experts in their field. So recognition that we all have limitations as well to our expertise. And I really just get a very strong sense that our group is really interested in substance over what I'd say is maybe extra process, right? Like we want usable documents, we want to be clear in what we're trying to do, and we want to hold ourselves accountable through measurable outcomes and through frequent check-ins and through open dialogue. And so I think it's all really encouraging. And I think perhaps one of the craziest things to me is how many times during this meeting somebody is saying exactly what I'm thinking, almost to the, word. And it happened, from almost every one of the other board members at some point, or like, that would be exactly what I would say right now. And I think that's, it's odd, frankly. That doesn't actually happen to me too often. So thank you to all the board members for, again, making this a really safe, productive space to have conversations. And I've really appreciated the day.
Chandra. I don't think Ben is still with us. I see his name, but I think he's gone to pick up children. Joe, and I'll turn to you in a sec, Jim, but Joe, just for people's awareness, had bad connection, couldn't hear, and was going to log off. So if he logs back in, we'll come back to him, but I'll turn it to Jim at this point.
Okay, I was just thinking about the fact that we all have to deal with often with testimony that is completely coming from a completely different place on a lot of the issues that we deal with, and staff so often, as well as the board, has to sort through and who do they please. So I just want to say that I hate flowcharts. I just hate flowcharts. So guys, deal with that best you can. But beyond,
dang it, Jim, we were going so well. Everything was going so well.
No, wait a minute, Jim. We need to talk about this.
Really poor, Jim. We can't hear you.
Oh, great. Anyhow, would echo what everybody else was saying. And I just, going back to finishing the forestry program for Oregon discussion, I just do want to say with emphasis that I think going at this with a climate change lens is the right thing to do. I just have to keep reminding myself that we are facing an existential crisis, and a crisis that we have to, we and everybody else has to face head on. And I think it's going to be a crisis where all of our stakeholders all are going to have to pitch in, and everyone is going to be sacrificing going forward. And I think our job will be to deal with that and to try to deal with that change in the fairest ways possible, so that the burden is shared appropriately. Beyond that, on Monday, we actually called to try to get an appointment to get our internet connection fixed. I was so hopeful and keeping my fingers crossed that it would stay together. And guess what? I could get the only appointment I could get would be 1 o'clock tomorrow. So we'll see how tomorrow goes. Other than that, that's it for me.
Great. Thank you. So Hillary just said Joe texted his closing statement. So I don't know, Hillary, if you want to read it out loud or throw it in the chat, I can read it. It's up to you.
I was trying to type it into the chat, but I can just share it with everyone.
That would be efficient.
Okay. Let me start my video. For the record, my name is Hillary Olivos-Rune, and the board administrator. So overall, thank you, Joe, for texting that. We appreciate that. He said it was constructive retreat, good discussion. He had difficulty with connection after lunch, but from what he did hear, he's confident the update to the plan is needed. Many good ideas were brought up and will need to be refined. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay. So I just want to appreciate all of you for leaning in. I had a little bit of trepidation as your process guide that this was real light in structure and form, and we didn't have a lot of training modules and tools and things that you were going to be basically using to distract yourselves from actually leaning in and having conversation with each other. So I'm really, really appreciative that you rose to the occasion and you really took the opportunity to lean in and talk with each other about the things that matter. And this is all in service to setting you up well for good board deliberations and decision making. So I just appreciate that this is it's not always how we want to spend our entire day, but you did it. And it sounds like there was a lot of fruit that came out of this. So kudos. We tomorrow will be looking a little more kind of practical, like I said, at the work ahead. And you're going to hear a lot more from the department executive team about sort of what's on the horizon as far as initiatives that are planned, mandates that have been handed, and work plans that are evolving, and have an opportunity to both understand the lay of the land and also to offer up anything that you feel like needs to be put into the mix that you think should be a priority for your work, both this near-term horizon, but maybe even into the next biennium. So that'll really be the major focus for tomorrow, and really hope that, again, it sets you up well for preparing for what will then become the difficult work. And I like that you're already thinking about some of the systems you want to put in place to make sure that you are holding yourselves accountable, both to making progress substantively, but also that you're holding that commitment around effective work together, high functioning deliberations that lead to good public policy decisions. So both of those things I feel like we're holding space for you, and that you're holding space for yourselves on. Anything more, Jim, by way of closing or teeing us up for tomorrow? And Nancy, feel free to jump in there as well.
Thank you, Robin. A great job today. And I think the main thing to be mindful of is that it's an 8 o'clock start tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. So other than that, really great job, everybody. Really appreciate it. Thank you all.
What time, Hillary, do you want us to log in the morning?
If you can start from 7:30, we would like to have you all completely in by 7:55.
Perfect. Okay.
Great. Any just heads up to any of us, any constraints on the day for any of the board members? Is everybody with us until, and we do conclude at 12. Let me make sure I've got that right. 12:30. Okay. All right. All right. Well, we will let you go for now, and see you bright and early tomorrow. And again, nice work and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Robin.
Everyone.